Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Seamounts of the Southeast Pacific Expedition on board Falcor 2. Right now, you see us transitioning through the mesopelagic zone, and we're on our way to our first site. It is a seamount in the southern region of the Nazca Ridge. Once we're on site, you'll be joined by the chief scientists of this expedition, Dr. Javier Solanas and Dr. Erin Easton. For now, you're joined by Paige Moroney and the amazing ROV techs, J-Rod, Jill, and Alex, and we will be with you during the blue and update you if we see anything exciting along the way. Enjoy. No sneezing.
Yeah, we have some of our regulars recognizing that we are getting a descent. We don't normally stream our descents too much, but yeah, we're going to be doing that a little bit here for you.
Where's the chat up?
Oh, I got to get the chat up for you. They're all mine right now.
Of course they are.
So good morning to everyone as we're getting an audience trickling in. We are headed down to just shy of 2,000 meters, so we've got a ways to go. Going to see what we see on the way.
Galaxy stuff on it for. That'll be a good thing to stop at. Who doesn't like a galaxy?
There we go.
Wow.
They're starting to post.
So I'm gonna get a little bit closer. Jill, I'm gonna come on with the minute light.
That's
And
amazing.
then dim that outer cat. Both of you, both of them. And we come off the uppers. I'm just gonna hit that with all the way down. So now we're just running with one.
Wow, they're really gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's already since that I'm here. Turn that average down a couple.
Amazing.
Look at that. What is that?
So that's a Galaxy
What's that?
Cephalophore.
I closed it twice.
Decrease the...
Galaxy Cephalophore.
Close up.
Mm.
One click. There you go.
Nice one, J-Rod.
Nice shot of a siphonophore to start us off here.
Wow.
Yeah. It's really beautiful. And they're right in the audience. We do need Dougal to identify these critters for us.
It's a siphonophore.
Yeah, we got that. Siphonophore.
Galaxy siphonophore.
We actually have Dougal who will be chiming in via Slack later to provide some commentary along the descent and ascent. So hold tight. Hopefully he'll be joining us very soon.
A shoulder left a touch more in a minute. A little bit less than that. It was just a touch. You're right up there. Up, that upward. We'll see how that works. That's not bad. That's a good one. Did it out a little better. When we had the ones on the T handle, it was real nice to see people like this.
Yeah. I was gonna fill with those.
A little bit more comfortable than a man sub.
So much more leg room and head room and shoulder room.
And coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
You
not
don't worry about that?
Yeah, I'm not afraid to have a drink of water.
Good for a bit.
Do you need anything?
It's warmer too. Yeah, you get really cold.
You do 2 passes in the middle.
No, just the one on the right one, you know. Thank you. You're doing all the walking?
Yes.
If I know what it is, I'll try to let you know.
Thank you.
And mainly between Alex and myself, I have a pretty good chance to get it right.
Yeah.
And if I don't, I will definitely make up a name.
Perfect. I will bug it phonetically.
My new favorite one is fire pickle.
Oh, yeah.
Those are awesome, because it's a real name.
I like squid worms.
Squidwards are
cool.
great.
Squidwards
Yeah,
are
we
great.
got a lot of those, on the last couple expeditions, down lower, of course. We were getting a whole bunch of the sea cucumber with the tutu, what was that thing called?
Oh, the headless chicken. Or...
No, not that one.
Oh,
Halothurian?
Pelagotheria.
Pelagotheria.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were getting a lot of those. That was a larvation.
Excellent.
Yes.
So everybody come to us.
any one of the mics.
Sit at one of the mics over there and talk about what you're doing on board. They won't be able to see what you're doing on board.
Yeah. We can also put the camera in here on the string so you can say hi to people.
Yeah, let me know if you want that.
Just want to say hi. Hello, everyone. Well, you're all excited about what's underneath the water. But in my case, I'm watching birds. I'm identifying and counting birds. Seabirds, most likely. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Why don't you tell me a little bit about how many birds you've seen so far on our, let's see, how many days did we transit out to get to here? About
This is
5 days?
Seventh day.
This is the seventh day already?
days.
What day of the week is today, Saturday?
Today, Saturday.
We left
yeah.
on Monday, yes, so we transited,
Okay.
we arrived on site yesterday.
Yeah, well, we've seen a lot of Procellariformes, like petrels and storm petrels as well. Some gulls, first days. That was interesting. Galapagos gulls, probably migrating. We have not seen much of albatrosses. That's curious. Probably they are breeding in their islands right now. Yeah, but a lot of Masatierra petrels, Juan Fernandez petrels as well. And that makes sense because we are very close from the breeding islands. And also the Manutara, the famous Rapa Nui Easter Island bird, the one that they collected the egg for this competition.
Oh, how many of those did you see?
Oh, a lot of them, because they breed in Desventuradas Islands. And
fish, yeah.
well, now we are a little bit north of Desventuradas, so it makes sense that we see them, a lot of them here.
Yeah, so I think on the next cruise in about a month we'll be talking a lot more about the Rapa Nui culture. But yeah,
For sure.
it's interesting that you see so many of those birds.
Uh-huh.
And what about marine mammals? How many have you seen?
I think we have encountered like 5 times some whale blows. It's very hard to tell which species of whales they are because they are a little bit far away from the ship, and most of them you cannot see the actual animal. You just see the blow on the surface. But based on the book, they were probably minke whales. A couple of them I've seen.
Any other interesting observations while you were up there during the daylight hours?
Well, yesterday we found something very special. It was a land bird, swallow, I think. That was interesting because how can that bird be here? Yeah. So we are like 640 kilometers away from mainland. So we got probably stuck on the ship, and we saw her yesterday. And it was she was hunting some moth that got out of the hangar. Yeah. She looked very tired. I wonder if it's still alive, actually.
Oh, well.
Yeah, sometimes we'll have birds that get stranded on the ship, and we see them hunting bugs a lot.
Yeah.
When we were in Panama City last year, we landed right after some rains, and there was a nuptial flight of the ants. So this is when the ant colonies in the area release their reproductive members, which have wings. And so those ants were flying around, and at night they would get attracted to the lights of the ship, and the males die after mating, and the ants. So the deck was just covered in dead ants. And there were a couple birds that stayed with the ship from Panama up to, I don't remember what port we were going to. I don't think it was Golfito, but we were headed up to Costa Rica for that. and they were eating well. They were just hopping around eating these ants off the deck all the time. So
Oh, and how many days was that?
that was a couple days. Yeah, better part of a week.
Yeah. Well, we still have 4 weeks ahead.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
yeah.
There
This.
may not be enough bugs for that.
Oh, poor little bird.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some.
Yeah,
It's whiplash.
Yeah, one of those skins.
Any whale species? Okay, yeah. Never thought about the difficulties of identifying whales from the ship. And so yeah, it's pretty much difficult. If the ships, if the whales are not close to the ship, it's very difficult. But there are ways to tell them apart based on the shape of the blow. The most iconic, I would say, it's the sperm whale, because unlike the other kind of whales, this one, the sperm whale, has a blow that goes in diagonal from the surface, so it's pretty much easy to tell if it's a sperm whale. And I think that's the only one. Well, I'm not a whale expert either, so.
Got a nice squid here.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Showing off. Oh, sorry, as soon as we start talking about it, it ran away. It's a little shy.
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
Who's talking? Well, my name is Nicolas Luna. Yeah, I'm the bird guy this time.
It's just that one, right? Do we have two?
We have 2 minutes.
Mira, desde Chile, desde Quilpué. Gracias, Osvaldo, por tus saludos.
Yeah, my name's Erin Easton. I'm one of the co-principal investigators. I've been joining Nico here, asking him about his adventures in bird watching and marine mammal watching on our 5-day or so transit out to this first station. So Nico and I used to work together when I lived in Chile,
Yeah, in the
about seven to 10 years ago.
That much, really?
It was that long ago. So much time. It's passed so quickly.
Oh, mira, saludos a Marcelo, que nos está escuchando desde Alemania, desde Düsseldorf. Así que un saludo a todos los habla hispana que están allá por las tierras nórdicas. Morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
Saludos,
Morning, audience.
saludos, Rodrigo. Desde Los Vilos, genial.
Yeah, so we've got folks trickling into the chat still. Pretty early in the dive if you're joining us right now. It's coming up on 9 a.m. ship time, and we are looking at a 12-hour dive. So just about an hour into operations right now, headed down to about 2,000 meters. Then we're going to do some transects along the bottom, following both the contours of the slope as well as cutting upslope until we're at a depth of about 1,100 meters or so, and then we'll recover. So 12 hours total, just getting started. Welcome.
It's weird how 12 hours sounds so short now.
I know. 12 hours is very short right now.
That's one of those little.
Oh, we get a question about, like, how do you do 12 hours? Do you do shifts or, and as we were just saying, 12 hours is actually pretty short for us right now.
Well, historically, no. What we used to do.
Yeah, but recently.
Just did a whole year.
Yes. Yeah.
How long can we dive?
Yeah, last year we did quite a few long dives, more than 24 hours. What was our longest dive last year? It's like 36 or something, right? 43. Whew.
43 is the new record
There you go.
for Sebastian.
Yeah, for Sebastian. Yeah. But as far as do we take shifts? Yes. So you'll hear throughout the dive, I'll kind of say like, oh, we've got a little watch change here, and I might mute it during that time. It gets a little noisy. But that's the pilots or even the scientists, right? Like handing off notes to people who are going to then hop in their seat and pick up right where they left off. And, depending on how long we're diving, you might go through several watch changes. So, yeah, it is a team effort for sure. What's ROV pilot watch length right now?
2 hours.
2 hours on, 2 hours off.
A little bit brighter.
Your focus is off,
Oh,
by the way. Yes. I find these translucency it bugs a lot. That's why I'm trying to set it and then turn it off. But it's up to you.
Yeah, of course. If anyone has any questions, right, we do have the chats open. We're here on YouTube, Facebook, and if you are watching either of those locations, feel free to type in the chat. We're also checking out a little bit of Twitch today. So if you happen to be catching us for the first time on Twitch, welcome. Come and explore the ocean with us.
Wow. Look at that. You know what that is?
No.
Jellyfish for sure. It's ice or what?
I don't study anything really that's pelagic, so it's beautiful.
Iris.
Bye, guys, whatever you work.
Bye bye.
So I think the 2 hours on and off is just they took turns actively driving the ROV, and the other 2 hours they're still on shift. They're just not actively driving the ROV.
Yeah.
So they really do about 12 hours on, 12 hours off for their full shift.
Yeah.
For this, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something in the chat. For the scientists, we end up with a little more flexible. I don't know if it's flexibility in our schedule, but because we're doing 12-hour dives, a lot of us might be on when we're doing dives for about 16 hours, 14 to 16 hours, and then we'll be off to sleep for 8 to 10, and then come back the next day, and then we'll have some extra transit time, so we'll be able to get more rest on those days. So when we're between stations, our schedules are a little more open, so we might only work 8 or 10 hours a day.
Yeah.
So our schedules changes a lot. Sometimes our schedules might rotate around. So Paige is doing some other work on board, so she'll be getting up early in the morning, but also sometimes being up late at night, so she might take a rest in the middle of the day. So it really depends on what we're each doing on board. what our shift looks like and whether we're on station or off station.
And each team that comes on tends to have kind of their own schedule. So, and it is heavily dependent on the work we're doing, the dives, everything. The 12 hours actually works pretty well, it seems like. So.
Yeah, we try whenever possible to go with the 12 and 12, but sometimes you have time-sensitive experiments. So
Yeah.
we do have someone, for example, who will be running 24-hour experiments after 12 hours of acclimating any specimens that are collected. So they're going to look at the respiration rate of some of these deep-sea fauna, crustaceans in particular. So that's one of our participants from Chile that will be joining later today in the mission control.
That's a good question.
Yeah, so what are we looking for? These seamounts that we're going to are relatively unstudied, so especially at deeper depths. If they have been studied, it's generally at shallower depths, less than 300 meters, maybe less than 1,000 meters. So we're trying to go a little deeper on this cruise and do a census and observe what's there. Right now we're working out in the high seas areas, the areas outside national jurisdiction, but we will do some within national jurisdiction, and those are in marine protected areas. So we're trying to see what's there so we can provide the scientific basis for some marine management decisions. And of course we want to collect some specimens so we can identify species. We're hoping to find numerous potential new species, and so we'll collect some specimens so we can do some genetic tests and some traditional taxonomic or morphological assessments and determine whether these are new species. If they're new species, we can describe them. Yeah.
And in particular, are you looking for something special?
I personally, right now, am most interested in working with some of the deep sea corals. But I've done some work with some of the fishes, more in the mesophotic depths and those low light depths. So I'm not as familiar with the deeper fishes. Paige does more work with some of the deeper fishes. So she'll be our resident expert there, I believe. Yeah, I like working with octocorals, but I've done some work with black corals. I like to do a lot of the phylogenetic evolution analyses, so I'm not going to be the best taxonomist, general taxonomist on board, someone who knows what a lot of the taxa are. I tend to focus on a few specific groups, but I have done a lot of work in this area at mesophotic depths. So when we get to the shallower depths, I'm much more familiar with the fauna that we might see.
Which ones are you looking for? Which of the ones you like?
I like the corals. I like the deep sea
No, but
corals.
which octocorals?
Which octocorals? Any of them.
Any of them?
Pretty much any of them.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, we don't really know which species are down in this area, so any that we can collect so we can figure out.
I heard from the experts that there are almost 400 different species down here that are probably to see. Let's see how many they find.
My guess is we're gonna see some gorgeous.
Yeah. Some
bubble
gorgeous,
gum.
gorgeous. Yeah.
Oh, bubble gum.
Yeah.
Some bamboo.
Yeah, how much time does the ROV take to hit the bottom, or the spot?
To carefully descend to the bottom. We want it to hit. But yeah, what's the descent rate for
24 meters a minute.
24 meters a minute? So
Slow. Pretty good.
Well,
if we're going down to 2,400, then 100 minutes.
Yeah, the target depth is around 1,900 meters depth today, and we're coming up to around 1500 or 1,200 meters?
Sounds like 1100.
We're coming up on about Yeah, like 1200 almost. We're at 1158.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Still learning where all the screens are and all the information is.
Yeah, and if you need me to move stuff around as well. In fact, I'll crop that one in over there since you have the duplicate above it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, we're expecting to find a few new species. On previous expeditions, we had found several new species. Several more that have yet to be described, but so yeah, I don't think it's too far-fetched to find some new species. We have some observations already that we think are potential new species, but we haven't collected samples. So when we see some of those, we definitely want to collect some samples of them. Again, those observations are shallower, so it'll be when we have some of our shallower dives.
Have y'all started working on your most wanted list? Anybody?
I have mine.
You have yours? Have you started printing them out yet?
Oh, do you want image IDs?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, print it.
Okay.
Put it up on the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's how you have your best chance of finding stuff.
Yeah. What is on your most wanted?
Well, mine are mostly lander associated. There's a few deep sea amphipod species that we know are new, but we have only one or half of a animal to work with. So hopefully to get some new fresh material to be able to, yeah, as Erin said, extract the DNA, sequence, put within the phylogeny. They're mainly from the genus Eurythenes, which is a larger deep sea amphipod from the order Crustacea. There's also a species called Alacella gigantea that is a supergiant amphipod. We've not seen them from this region, but it would be remarkable if we did. So that's certainly on the hit list. And then we have a few, there's a specific snailfish that I'm also hoping to find.
I like to call it radiolarium, but it's a radiolarium? What do you call it? There,
Yeah, these are a weird one, right? They're like,
no, this thing.
yeah.
Radio...
You're thinking of like radiolaria, yeah.
Radiolaria?
That's what it says.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, Protozoa. Radiolaria.
Wow. Radiolario.
That looks cool.
Shapes.
I think these have been reclassified a couple times.
Radio Gaga. Going down.
Can you tell how big it is?
Very small.
Yeah.
Like that big.
We wouldn't be able to hit it with the lasers.
Yeah.
So you'll see lasers come on at some point once we're on the bottom, or if we encounter something truly large in the midwater. And for reference, the lasers are 10 centimeters apart. So we use those as a nice little scale. And yeah, so it was briefly talked on. We do have other operations on this cruise besides just the ROV. So we are going to be mapping, as we usually do, but also we have the lander, which was just mentioned. So that's going to get dropped down with various equipment on it. We've been doing some floats as well, and we did a CTD cast yesterday, collecting some water samples.
We should probably put a photo.
Just a setting though, or is it something we can handle or no?
No, they feel like they turned down all the fans, so
Yeah.
they're not pumping as much as they
Well,
did.
interesting about the area that we're working in is, as Nico mentioned, we're about 640 kilometers or so offshore. And as you move off of the coast of Chile, you have this upwelling zone and a lot of nutrients, and you end up with a low oxygen zone at deeper depths. And this seamount that we're diving at, based on the profiles we did yesterday, this summit is going to be interacting with an oxygen minimum zone. And so not today, but tomorrow our dive plan is to go a bit shallower and go up into that oxygen minimum zone and see what effects it might have on some of the organisms there. And another thing is we start moving further west. This is our easternmost seamount. We'll have lower and lower nutrients, which is why we might see less on our mid-water portions of the dives, but we do want to stream them whenever possible, so we can see what we're observing. And sometimes we'll go ahead and do some mid-water transects, see what's...
Yeah, well, we are like 460 kilometers away from the coast, so we're probably already out of the influence of the Humboldt current, right?
Yeah, I think we've largely passed beyond the Humboldt current.
Yeah, and maybe not everyone online knows exactly what the minimal oxygen zone is. Can you explain a little bit of that?
Yeah, so usually we consider you have lower oxygen below 2 milliliters per liter, but the oxygen minimum zone is often classified by only 0.5 milliliters per liter.
Yeah,
So when we
it's
were doing the profile yesterday, we were right around 0.5, 0.7 milliliters per liter. And so we believe we're near the western extent of that. We often refer to it as a tongue of low oxygen, so along that area. So, and it can change. We're in an El Nino year, so we actually weren't expecting the oxygen to be quite so low at this site. So
Yeah.
we were a little surprised, so we want to make sure that we take a look at that.
And it's a little bit difficult to imagine for the people that are not marine biologists, but this minimum oxygen zone, it's pretty much big. I saw the figures yesterday, and it's about 200 meters. It's a big mass of water of 200 meters depth. So pretty much everything that's living in that massive water, I don't know, body. Is it much different from the other part of the water column? So would you expect to find something special in that minimum zone, minimum oxygen zone?
Yeah, there's certain organisms, certain animals that are well adapted to low oxygen, and they tend to be in high abundance. So we might see lower biodiversity, but really high numbers of some organisms. There's some polychaetes, for example, that live in that area. And yeah, I believe the oxygen minimum zone yesterday started around 250 or 270 meters and went down to about 470 meters or so.
So 200 meters depth.
Yeah, a little over 200, 220 meters depth of this particularly low oxygen, around 0.6, 0.7 milliliters per liter. And the Seamount summit, I believe, we're actually finishing the mapping tonight, but I do believe the summit is between 200 and 400 meters. But we have to finish the mapping overnight to confirm the shallowest points.
Is that the map of the...
Yeah. Yeah, so today's dive is on the western side of the seamount.
So this part.
Yeah, in the southwestern quadrant.
Is there anywhere that the audience can look for the map of the seamount?
Yeah, I can put that up in just a moment.
That would be interesting. Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. they have relocated the mic, so I hope you hear us better now.
Yeah. We just got the AC blast in the background. Jill, could I have you zoom out on your map and I'll put that up for him?
Yeah, we missed a big spot. Right in the center.
Let's see what I got here. There we go.
Yeah, so I think it's now shared with the audience the mapping that we did last night of the seamount. So after we came on station, the first thing we did was do some CTD casts so we can measure the oxygen, salinity, temperature with depth, and some other parameters in the water column. And then we deployed what's known as an Argo float, so it's gonna go out there and float for a while. It's gonna sink down to, I would need to have the person doing the Argo float in here to confirm what depth it sinks down to, but it'll go down, drift along, come back up. And then we started mapping. So this is the mapping that we did last night for the seamounts, and you can see we're kind of on that southwest quadrant, and we're diving up slope on that western side. And tomorrow's plan is to dive somewhere along the northern section, but overnight we have to finish in that spot that J-Rod so nicely pointed out that we missed. So we'll have another 12 hours or so of diving. Or mapping, sorry, tonight to fill in that area.
So we're coming to 900 meters.
Yeah, right around
like-
1900 meters depth is the depth we'll start at.
Is this area?
Yeah,
Okay.
is that transect? We can see all the little yellow and white is where our transect is going to go, or the
And,
plan.
Okay. So I see here a pretty big slope, right? Like 600 meters on a very short distance.
Mhm. Yeah, I think the total transect length that we're aiming for today is around 4 kilometers that the ROV will travel. And in that time, we expect to come up around 750 meters of depth. Coming up on around 1,500 meters depth right now, so about a little over 75% of the way down.
So what would be the estimate time of arrival to the point? To the
I think that's a question for the...
Because we are now in 1,400 meters, and so we have like 500 meters left.
Yeah, J-Rod,
I heard
we're
like-
going 25 meters per minute, it looks like. So 4 minutes for every 100 meters, so maybe another 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, 20 more minutes. Major.
So as we continue the dive, you'll hear that we'll be speaking sometimes in English and sometimes in Spanish. So we have 21 scientists and observers on board, and I actually haven't done the count, but I think 12 to 14 are Chilean.
Yeah, I didn't make the counts too, so I don't know really.
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, of course, if anyone wants to ask something in Spanish as well, we will be happy to answer that.
Yeah, we also brought a number of students along. as well, because we believe it's important to provide them an opportunity to be at sea. So you'll be hearing some of our from some of our students. Ooh, lovely.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah. So you heard a little bit about Nico's story today and what he's doing on board. So you'll be hearing a bit more from some of our students on board as well. Wow.
Wow.
Great.
Look at that. Amazing.
So here we have a jellyfish that might be of the genus Crossota. We're just trying to confirm, but you can see it's got the nice double layer bioluminescence flaring when the light hits it. Amazing.
Paige?
Hold on one second.
So does it glow itself, or are you using a special kind of light?
It's just reflecting.
Yeah, it's just it's rotating.
Maybe you can tell us what are you doing now, Paige? You're registering the species on the way?
Yeah, so as we move through this midwater zone, I'm using this program called Sealog, and every time we see an organism or anything else that moves by the cameras, we're logging it as it's coming into frame, so then we can match it to its depth, time, density, temperature, location, and then later on we're going to extract all of this information and hopefully annotate all of the videos in a little bit more higher resolution and down to a deeper taxonomic level. But for now, as we go through every video that you see, we are in the background trying to log everything we see. Waste or anything else that we come by, we're going to be doing geological classifications as we're moving through the water. So everything we're viewing, we're also in the background typing madly away.
Do you feel like it gets scary down there?
I suppose if I were to live down there, I would think it was scary. Right now, we're just sitting in a room with a lot of TV screens, watching the beauty that is deep sea animals. But yeah, I think if I were to live down there, I think I would be scared. There's a lot of weird animals living down there with big teeth.
Pressure and temperature.
Pressure and temperature. And I'm not a fan of the cold. So
I would be actually happy to see something weird, like I don't know. Let's find the Kraken.
Very well developed eyes.
Yeah, could we wake Cthulhu then there or what?
Imagine.
Yeah, so it's pretty much cold down there right now. It's 2 degrees Celsius at the time.
Ridge, it's data wiki. Bridge, Bridge, RV.
RV Bridge, you on the new waypoint move now?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic. Point 1 or point 2?
But you good.
Point 2, maybe?
Yeah, we have someone who notes that it's cold down there, but at least that's keeping the electronics cool then. And that's actually true. Like the water does cool the ROV. And if we have to fire up the ROV on the ship for testing or just checking systems, sometimes we will run water over parts of the ROV.
Headless chicken.
Great. So what we're coming up on here is a holothurian, or a sea cucumber, also commonly known as the headless chicken. Probably one of the best common names in the deep sea environment.
Headless chicken.
So a lot of the things in the deep sea are red, and this is because red is one of the first colors that pass through the water column that dissipate. So although we see red in the deep sea, this is very well camouflaged, which certainly helps its survival.
This one has some growth on it.
Yeah.
Some, what are they, hydroids?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Something growing on it.
We're
Something,
thinking,
it looks like on stalks, yeah, little hydroids or something.
wow.
You can see them really well on the left and right sides.
Zoom in super tight on the side.
Wow.
Yeah. Weird. It's got stuff growing on it.
That's amazing.
It's amazing.
Oh, wow, yeah, look at them.
How about the species?
Asia's, yeah, it's the holothurian. This one is a holothurian.
Yeah. Yeah, so some growth on the surface of this one.
So these animals are bottom feeders, and they will suck up sediment as they move along. But why you see it in the midwater zone is because it is much more efficient for this animal to inflate and drift, so then it can move further faster rather than trying to crawl along the seafloor.
You like the sound of it?
Yeah, nice zooms, by the way. How many cameras does the ROV have?
Hmm.
9 cameras.
Yeah, I can walk us through our camera tour here. So mostly people will be watching this view that they're seeing now, which is the science camera. So you'll hear us say SciCam, or we'll also call it the 4K. So that's our pan, tilt, and zoom camera that we use to get the best angles and best zooms on things. Then we have the situation camera, or SitCam. So that's up here, and it's above, and this can tilt. Can't pan. It can zoom though. And so it's looking, or it's positioned up above the science camera. So it gives the pilots a little better idea of like the positioning of things with relation to the ROV. You can see J-Rod fiddling with the pitch there for us. Then we have our HD cams. So those are, 3 of them are on the front and the 4th is behind. So let me go through those. So HD1 is over on the starboard or right side of ROV Sebastian, and it's facing left to the port across the front. So you can see the science camera there again, the little hood of the science cam. That's HD1. HD2 is kind of similar to the situation cam. It can't move. The HDs can't move while we're diving, but you get a good view of the porch there. Got a little manipulator action going, it looks like. HD3, kind of the mirror. Oh, actually, I was thinking HD4 already. HD3 is on the back of ROV Sebastian. So this is looking out the back. You can see kind of the shadow of our umbilical tether, sort of the left third upper portion of the screen there. You can see our umbilical. Every once in a while, something sneaky kind of creeps behind us, and we see that.
Another one.
HD4 is the mirror of HD1. So it's on the port or left side of the ROV, facing right to the starboard side across the porch. So those are our nicest cameras, those first 6 cameras. And then we have our SD cam. So there's 4 of those. We usually call them the quad. This is the view that we see them most often, but working our way around. This one shows the connection where the umbilical is actually attached to the top of the ROV. So the angle of this is really important for the pilots. So we like to have eyes on that. This one here is underneath the ROV at this time, but we've moved this around. So those of you who watched the Octopus Odyssey expedition, for example, we had this pointed at the heat flow probe. So we can reposition these while the ROV is on board, get the angles we want, but right now this is our skid cam, so it's down underneath the ROV. This is the slurp sampler camera. Light's off in there right now, but you can just barely make out the numbers of our slurp cylinders. So that is, when we use the slurp sampler, we can watch this camera to make sure that the sample actually made it in there. And our last SD cam is right here. And this is the manip cam. So this is on the starboard side manipulator wrist. And it can give the pilots a little bit of a closer look at where the manip is going. So those are the cameras we have on board right now that we can access. But there's actually another camera on. I don't know. Paige, would you like to talk about the other camera we have on?
Oh, sure. For a second, I wasn't sure which one. Yes, so we have another camera. It is a 4K array. It's actually 2 cameras that are positioned on the port and starboard side, or left and right side, and they are directionally pointing to the center of the camera housing. So you kind of get a left to right and a right to left view. These 2 cameras are filming simultaneously, and what we plan on doing after each dive is extracting these video files, collating them all together, so associating each left cam with each right cam. And then what we can do is we get really nice accurate measurements of any organisms that swim within view, so hopefully aiming to measure all fish that come into frame and an array of other different taxa. And then we're also going to use this camera information alongside a lot of measurements that are either distance from bottom, distance from CTD, distance from altimeter, to then produce a photogrammetric rendering? Photogrammetric rendering of each dive. So there's going to be a lot of data pumped into these views, but after each dive we're going to have a 3D rendering that kind of gives you measurements of every dive, every organism, every rock throughout the voyage. So it's a lot of extra data, but it's going to be a really nice rendering on the backside. And we are approaching the bottom at 1,840 meters, It is currently 2.35 degrees Celsius, and for now I'm going to rotate out and I will see you back on ascent for more midwater fun. Thank you.
We're just doing a quick little white balance here on our side cam, so I've flipped us over to the sit. But we are at bottom, and it looks like quite a few of the holothurians are waiting here for us.
And how many dives will be doing on during the cruise? This is the first one, right?
This is the first one, yeah.
And
We start to 2,000 meters.
I know, but how many times will we launching the ROV?
Maybe 8 hours.
How long? How many times?
8 hours. Do you see it?
Okay, good morning everyone. This is Javier Sellanes. I'm from Universidad Católica del Norte, Facultad de Ciencias del Mar. I'm going to be chief scientist of this expedition together with Erin. We're approaching now to the bottom. You can see some pelagic holothurians flying over it. And okay, we are in the first seamount. This is seamount number 19. We are now in the flank of it. This is one of the seamounts in the southernmost part of the Nazca Ridge. We'll be visiting 3 more of them in international waters, and then coming to jurisdictional waters of Chile within the Nazca Desventuradas Marine Park, and then to the Juan Fernandez Marine Protected Area. Okay, this transmission is intended to be bilingual. We have been in English so far. Now I will switch a little bit to Spanish. Buenos días a todos, Javier Sellanes por acá. Voy a ser jefe científico de esta expedición junto con Erin Easton. Como les comentaba, estamos transmitiendo desde un monte submarino localizado en la dorsal de Nazca, en la parte sur de la dorsal. Es el primero de los montes submarinos que vamos a estar visitando en esta expedición. Son 10 en total, 3 van a estar en aguas internacionales, 3 dentro del Parque Marino Nazca Desventuradas, que es uno de los mayores parques que tiene Chile actualmente en la zona oceánica, y después nos vamos a mover a el mar de Juan Fernández.
We'll put a rock right here.
Yeah.
This is almost at the starting waypoint. Still just sliding over.
Perfecto, estamos buscando el punto, ya estamos.
That's pretty much a good starting spot.
Ok.
Maybe a little bit lower. Looks like we got some corals right there, a black coral.
Ujú. Aquí estamos empezando a ver los primeros animales. Tenemos un coral negro.
Oh, the autofocus is backwards. So we should have a power move.
That was a
So yeah, just touching down on the bottom right now.
So Bathypathy, right?
Erin is an expert in corals.
Good.
Bathypathes could be, yeah.
You know what order more?
Looks like it's probably I'm not as great with black corals as I am with octocorals, but
Hmm.
this looks similar to a Bathypathes, but
There's a Medusa jelly sitting right there. So there's nothing there.
Morning, Lisa. Thank you for joining. Oh, here we have a tripod fish.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a tripod? Tripod fish. Where's the tripod?
Give me a quick one, thank you.
Setting off a low for tripod fish, usually they're way up there, you know?
Yeah, they're not all the same, yeah.
Yeah, I remember looking this up. It's a type of, but it's like,
Much smaller leg, or whatever.
So can you give me like 10 meters from Delta?
You know. Yeah, I think if you run mid-70s.
Okay, here we have a tripod fish, pez trípode, probablemente del género Bathypterois.
That's good.
yeah, the ones we were getting last year were like the large tall ones. Super spindly. These guys are so cool. I love their scale patterns.
Wow.
Are we gonna be doing any black coral sampling in all this cruise, or?
Yeah, we will sample some representative black corals, octocorals, so that one looked a little sad.
I know. There's just a question of whether we'd sample them or not. so-
Yes, we will.
Yeah.
Feel like that one
You
already
check it
looks
out,
like it's
I still-
lonely all by
Yeah.
itself.
Well, to do that this morning,
Branches seemed a little out of whack.
Yeah.
So you would just cloud them. Alright, let's go. Alright, so y'all wanna just follow that track line?
Yeah.
So my depth is 1870. Do you wanna be deeper than that?
I think it's okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
You wanna explore this little rock a little bit more? See if there's anything else hiding
Yeah.
in here? Before
Yeah.
we get going, or
No.
start transect?
Yeah. Start transecting.
Start
Yeah.
transect?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Entonces, un poco wind in there.
Pretty much you just want to stay at this depth, right? Or follow the line.
Okay.
Which one would you rather do, follow the line or stay on the depth?
So I just stay in the depth for until the next waypoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's a sea pig.
Yeah. Okay. Archins.
Not like what? The light? Yeah, we can come over the camera.
So yeah, we're just running a transect along the contour here, staying roughly at the depth we're at now, about 1,855 meters or so. So some of our transects are going to be following contours at depth, and other transects are going to be cutting upslope. So we are going to be ultimately making our way into shallower depth. Once we get to about 1,100 meters or so, that's kind of the top of this dive. Coming up on 10 o'clock a.m. ship time. Hoping to dive and be back on deck about 8 p.m.
Sponge.
Oh, nice sponge.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, we put the light in. Yeah, just turn them on.
So this slope is kind of steep, actually. Let me see if I can show that for folks. See perhaps a little bit in our HD cam there. The black dots we passed, I believe, are urchins.
Thank you very much. On my way.
On our monitors here, you can just barely make out some spines on them.
On the urchin.
Yeah. Little tumbleweeds down here.
I mean, we're in auto ISO, we could adjust shadow from, maybe it's that cam. Something coming up, kind of rocky ridge. I got something coming up in sonar, some kind of a ridge or outcrop.
Okay. Maybe we can stop there and start.
Maybe a seepin?
Mm-hmm. Ok, seguimos entonces en 1855 metros de profundidad. Tenemos fondo arenoso con muchas marcas de organismo. Estamos viendo erizos, hemos visto algunas esponjas, corales y nos estamos acercando, por lo que podemos ver por el sonar, a una cornisa de roca. Aquí la empezamos a ver.
rock.
Yeah, I think we'll see some great rocks on
Yeah.
this side, yeah.
I just love like this sort of sedimentation that just has these little rock islands out of it.
No, it would make like a great background with painting.
There's a whole bunch of black coral in there.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, we have black corals here, probably antipates or stauropates.
You just keep going, right? Y'all want, need
Yeah.
zooms or? Yeah, just let me know if y'all want to stop and zoom on anything.
Okay, yes,
Yeah, Javier, we started a transect, right?
yeah.
Yeah, so we are running a transect right now. So not stopping unless we see something crazy that we gotta grab. Lots of transects today.
Is the speed of that speed Russian speed limit?
They're going pretty much the same speed I'm doing.
Can we turn on the light? Hey, Javier,
Yeah.
can you ask for the lasers?
You want the lasers on?
Yeah.
There it is. Nice and enemy.
Oh, Relicanthus.
Yeah, nice anemone.
Yeah.
What up, Chris? Nothing else, just doing a transect.
So we're gonna have a
Pretty much
pilot watch change here. You might hear a little commotion in the background. Just handing off between pilot groups.
Following the seafloor. Not exactly following the course, just following the top. I labeled them all, so like, as per the diaphragm, so and the transect, and then your upslope right there, probably your upslope, and then your start second transect right there. So, yeah. Pretty simple. Vessel's in a good heading, doing a good asset for it, so that's all working.
Ok, quizás este es un buen momento para presentar al grupo que tenemos aquí en control de misión. Tenemos a Jean Maximiliano Tapia.
Hello everyone, I'm Maxi, and I'm a PhD student of the Universidad Católica del Norte de Chile. En Spanish, hola, ¿qué tal todos? ¿Cómo están? Muy buen día. Mi nombre es Jean Maximiliano Fernando, soy estudiante de doctorado de la Universidad Católica del Norte.
Tenemos a Mari.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es María de los Ángeles Gallardo, soy investigadora asociada del Centro SOI, doctora en Biología y Ecología Aplicada de la Universidad Católica del Norte.
Eulogio, de la Universidad de Valparaíso.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eulogio Soto from the Universidad of Valparaíso in Valparaíso, Central Chile. I'm deep sea bench ecology.
Y a Erin, que ya nos estuvo acompañando en la primera parte en la parte pelágica del transecto.
Yeah, so I'm still in the room. My name is Erin Easton. I am a professor at the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, and yeah, I'm one of the co-principal investigators. I can also introduce myself in Spanish. Soy Erin Easton. Estoy de la universidad que se llama University of Texas Rio Grande Valley. Soy uno de los investigadores co-principales en este proyecto.
It's just looking at a weird angle. So I'm gonna move it all the way up.
I think that's there's a transect release.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Comentaros un poco de lo que estamos viendo para la gente que habla en español. En este momento estamos viendo un fondo que es de arena fina. Vemos algunos erizos pequeños, posiblemente del género Aspidodedema. Anteriormente se veían unos holotúridos, unos pepinos de mar, que en ese momento llamaron como Sipic. Es el que se ve hacia la esquina superior izquierda. Se conocen como Sipic o cerdos de mar, principalmente porque son pepinos de mar, los cuales poseen patas y estos se mueven sobre el fondo. Y tienen una similitud un aspecto bastante similar a lo que son un cerdo o un chancho, como lo podríamos conocer en Chile. Más hay que decir que pertenecen al grupo de la equinodermos, que son parientes principalmente de las estrellas, de los erizos, de los ofiúridos y los crinoideos.
Yeah, so what Maxie was just saying and what Eulogius was saying here is we're in a transect, and what we're seeing are a lot of these small urchins. He said they might be in the group Diadema, and we're also seeing an abundance of these holothurians. So you can see all those little black dots that you're seeing. When we get a little bit closer, you can see that they're the urchins with the spines, and that they can move along the bottom, bouncing along a little. So I think here shortly we'll probably end up finishing a transect, and then we'll be able to zoom in on some of these animals.
Lo que se mueve es un ofiúrido, que es como una estrella frágil que se le dice comúnmente. Se estaba moviendo a la derecha de la pantalla. Lo que domina en este fondo, podemos ver, son esos puntos negros que en realidad son erizos con unas largas espinas. Y hemos visto que se mueven, y se mueven bastante rápido para estar acá tan en el fondo. Y al lado de los erizos estamos viendo bien frecuentemente estos pepinos de mar, que son muy cercanos, o sea, que pertenecen al mismo grupo de los equinodermos, donde están también los erizos.
Yeah, getting a little closer down to the deck here so you can see the urchins.
Mira, ahí pueden ver cómo los erizos se desplazan. Ups.
Ahí como ven el sedimento es bastante fino, así que estamos teniendo un poco de sedimento que está siendo levantado por las hélices por la propulsión del rope. Y para quienes están preguntando por el chat, bueno, el equipo actualmente está constituido por investigadores de Chile, la mayoría. Alguien preguntó por mi acento, soy de Uruguay, pero hace mucho tiempo que vivo en Chile. También tenemos investigadores de Estados Unidos, de Australia, y alguien estaba preguntando también si hay investigadores de Perú. En este equipo no, pero uno de los siguientes cruceros que va a haber, este es el primero de los cruceros que va a estar enfocado en Nazca y Juan Fernández. El siguiente que vamos a tener va a ser a las dorsales de Salas y Gómez, y más adelante sí va a haber un crucero exclusivo a la parte peruana de la dorsal de Nazca. Ese va a ser dentro de unos meses. Pronto se estará entregando información de ese crucero.
Nice shrimp there.
Okay. Ahora estamos viendo junto a los erizos un pequeño camarón de color rojo, y vamos a ver un momento más qué poder hacer. Alguien nos pregunta, Lauren Pushnan, what is the ocean deep, this deep? Maybe organic matter. En esta área, a media agua, está la zona de mínimo oxígeno donde se produce el reciclaje de la materia orgánica, y es muy probable que por sedimentación caiga mucho alimento o más alimento que en otros lugares, y de eso se pueden estar alimentando estos organismos.
Okay, for the one joining the transmission, we are now at a seamount located in the southernmost part of the Nazca Ridge. This is seamount number 19. Estamos en un monte submarino localizado en la parte sur de la dorsal de Nazca. Ahora estamos en la base de o en el flanco de este monte a 2000 metros de profundidad. Estamos terminando un transecto. Nos vamos a detener, vamos a recolectar algunas muestras y vamos a comenzar a subir hasta nuestro segundo transecto, que va a ser aproximadamente a los 1500 metros de profundidad.
For those who just joined, we are at Seamount number 19. We are at about 1900 meters depth, and we're currently conducting a transect. The seamount is located along the southern extent of the Nazca Ridge, and we're currently doing a transect to a waypoint, at which point we'll start going up along a ridge towards the top of the seamount before we'll conduct another transect along a depth range. So far we've been seeing a lot of urchins, holothurians, a little bit of, when we have some rock outcrops, we've been seeing some black corals. We've also seen some sponges. If you look closely, there appears to be a lot of little holes in the sediment, so there must be some animals digging and burrowing those holes. We've seen some tripod fish as well.
And if you're watching live on our Facebook or our YouTube or over on Twitch, feel free to type any questions you might have in the chat. Keep an eye on that. We'll try and get those answered as we can. Sometimes we might miss them or other stuff here, but welcome.
Okay. You can stop the transit and start collecting.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe you can go to the
No problem.
Yeah.
All right, that's end of transect, and now we're gonna poke around a bit.
Ok, estamos terminando el transecto y vamos a empezar a colectar algunas muestras de esta profundidad.
So we're finishing up a transect, and we're going to start maybe doing some sample collection and zooming in on some of the specimens that we've been seeing, the animals we've been seeing. So while we're getting a little repositioned here, there's a question about what we might catch on the baited lander. Not so much a question, a comment, but there's traps out for amphipods and for fish. So we can always report to you at one of the later dives what we've collected. So tune in throughout the cruise.
The rock, we saw some ghost barnacles.
Start to the left.
Yeah. To the left. Estamos viendo algunas lepas. Aquí estamos viendo corales, algunos ofiuroideos.
Another 10 meters and then stop. Yeah, you can stop from there, it's fine.
algunas lepas del género Scalpellum, quizás, o relacionado.
Yeah, so along this transect, we saw a lot of sediments and not a lot of rock. But you'll notice every time there is a rock outcrop, or even a small piece of exposed rock, you tend to see corals, sponges, other organisms that attach to that hard rock.
Ahí en primer plano lo que se ve más café es una lepa. Las lepas son muy parientes de los, para los que estamos en Chile, de los picorocos. Es una lepa las lepas son cirripedios, que son pedunculados, entonces se adhieren a la boca por un pedúnculo, y arriba adentro, la parte más como un escarpelo, ahí tienen los cirros, cómo se alimenta de la materia orgánica que está en suspensión. Ahora la vemos de lado. Si la viéramos de un costado, la podríamos ver el pedúnculo y su forma con más detalle.
Where would you like it in wallpaper? Firebox? Yeah, okay.
Ok, vamos a hacer nuestra primera recolección.
We want to buy lots. Before you do it, hold on. Nice. And did you picture of it? Everybody? Allison's take you out.
Okay, bio box 4.
Firebox 4?
Yeah,
Big one of that? Okay, no problem.
the big one.
All right. You want the firebox 4?
Javier, what are we collecting a sample of here? What are we collecting a sample of?
This is a barnacle?
Yeah, this is a barnacle, probably of the genus Scalpellum. It's relative of the ones that you see attached to floating debris that commonly wash ashore in beaches. Este es un del género Scalpellum, pariente de las lepas que generalmente vemos adheridas a la madera, objetos flotantes que encontramos en la playa. Y va a ir a una de las cajas de muestra. Ya. Uno de los objetivos de esta expedición es tener una caracterización más completa de la fauna que hay a estas profundidades. Como ustedes saben, estos montes son muy poco conocidos en general. Todo lo que se conoce para ellos principalmente desde los 1000 metros hacia la superficie, lo poco que se conoce de ellos. Por eso es tan importante para esta expedición recolectar fauna de los 2000 metros de profundidad, comenzar a comprender la afinidad de la fauna que hay más profunda en estos montes. Una de las características de la fauna en esta zona es su alto nivel de endemismo. Casi la mitad de todo lo que estamos viendo es endémico de la zona, o lo que vamos a ver, incluso más para algunos grupos, es decir, fauna que está solo en esta parte del mundo. Niveles de hasta 50-60% de endemismo.
So what Javier was saying is that one of the objectives of this cruise is to collect representative fauna for the region. It's an area that in general is not well studied. So we are planning to collect a number of different groups of organisms. And so we have just finished a transect, and we are proceeding to collect some samples. You'll note some samples will be going into bio boxes, and because we're not doing environmental DNA, some of our specimens are okay to share boxes, so we're not so worried about them transferring their DNA. Also commenting that this region has one of the highest rates of endemism reported based on surveys in the shallower areas. So roughly 50% of the species for this region are considered endemic or unique to the region. So we're hoping to see whether that holds true at deeper depths.
Okay, perfect. Wow. Okay, example going to BioBox 4. explore a little bit more that outcrop.
Okay.
Oh, it's a jelly in there. Can we zoom? Oh wow.
What's your arm? Is your arm? Okay. Okay. On this outcrop, do you want to move a little bit along it? Do you want to look some more at this right here? Do you want to look
Okay,
a little bit
yeah.
down? Okay.
We can continue checking there.
Alright. There you go. Yep, all yours. No?
So, okay, so this one is just moving the camera.
Move the camera, yep. Yep. So, left, right,
And
up, down, and then spin to the clockwise and we'll zoom in. Yep, there you go.
oh, okay. If I continue a bit down,
Just push forward.
forward. Yeah.
It's like flying a plane, so that's down, that's up.
Okay, okay, perfect.
They're pretty well hidden. They're lovely. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Like that?
Yeah, collect that and it's going to coral quiver.
Roll quiver?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have roll quiver for this one. Do you want to go on the porch or on the side? Porch. Alright. Porch out over there. You know. Why not?
So this might be this black coral might be in the family of Trisopathics.
Alright, just gonna move this away from the defender anymore.
Trisopates. So, we're collecting a coral, probably of genus Trisopates.
Porch in.
You can see that shimmer coming up out of the coral quiver there. That's the fresh water that we fill the quivers with, mixing into the salt water that we have here in the ocean.
Okay, yep. Try to give you a better
bikini.
Yeah, it's about that big.
Yeah. If too small, maybe we can.
Try to stay in good stuff like that. Sliding it down a little. There you go. Slide it down on the rock.
A very tiny little sample here. For any folks that are just joining us, you are watching live footage from the remotely operated vehicle Sebastian.
Oops. No.
Do you have something to do today? Yeah,
That probably would make Andy control for it very much. At the angle, you have to do the fire angle thing.
Nope.
it's gonna tend to break easy, so whatever you get is fine.
Well, I think you could do it with forearm. Snatch it with the jaw. And pull it off the side. Instead of snapping it. Pull that left to it. And we put that in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For DNA, it's enough.
That's how you care about the DNA. Fortunately, some more for you. Hold on. Alright. Just good. Maybe a bit sticky, so it might not want to fall off too easy as well.
No.
Floating.
Yes.
It's floating away. Catch it. There you go.
Nice catch.
Nice job. Good catch. Yeah,
Good. Cool. Yeah, so it's going to be number 11.
Yeah, we'll probably add this one to the wish list if we can find one in a better location to get the base of it, but I don't want to pass up an opportunity in case it's not common.
Wait.
Nice little brittle star.
Go for that.
Fibra o fluoresce.
Okay, maybe we can go for that one. Too complicated to do that.
No, just decided, I'm trying to think if a suction sample or a grab would be the easiest. Because they can move. So, would you rather just try it with the nib into a coral quiver or a box, or try it with a suction sample?
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
Box. Bio box, it's okay.
Alright, so let me just say this real quick. Should be able to reach out, or you not really? Alright, so bio box 4 again?
Yeah.
Okay. You just grab the tip of this on there. Yeah, I can do this a little bit if need be. Say it might be easier to show off, but there are. Just don't know how delicate specific you do with those. Suction sample? Yeah. Might be easier to grab the suction sample on this.
I mean,
The suction sample might be easier just because it's so small. Or just use it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm gonna have to, I'll have to move some lid for that. I'm just gonna be, can you reach it?
What if there is? Oh, no, now it's moving.
Alright, now go for it. So when you lose like that, grab it. watching. He ain't moving anymore. Alright.
Yeah, it's so flat. So.
Alright, we'll try the section. I
Yeah,
can move it a
yeah,
little.
yeah. Maybe we can try the section. Or if you have to move, maybe we can do other collection.
Just do it just a little bit.
Okay.
I think it was heading. There it is. Or there, no. There's.
Because it was
yeah, we
right,
will go try.
Yeah, right here was where we were.
Yeah, but I'm not sure it's the same.
No, it's definitely not.
Yeah.
Say, but we were right there.
Yeah, maybe we can continue.
Yeah, I would go and go there. I mean, it's got a.
What's that?
I would. Yeah, it's up to you.
Maybe we can continue.
Okay.
We can go.
What is this?
Oh.
There's some good barnacles.
Yeah.
And now they're showing off. It's beautiful.
¿Qué es eso? ¿Anemone? ¿Anemone? Yeah. Barnacles.
What we collected a little bit ago. It's another sample. Well, not a sample. Obviously, we're not collecting it, but another organism.
We already collected.
Yeah, that's a cool picture, though.
Yeah.
You going out?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I got a shot.
Okay.
Oh, urchin.
Yeah.
Searching the teeny one.
Almost translucent.
Yeah, they're so well camouflaged with all this sediment.
cool. A little worm tube there.
Yeah. Polychid.
Worms.
Mhm.
Something is hidden there.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what it is. I don't know.
Another worm.
Maybe satellites. Maybe.
Oh, there he is.
Unis.
Eunice.
Is Maximum
Oh.
Son? Bueno.
Eunice.
Yes.
Okay.
I can try to drag us in a little bit.
Saying hello to polychaetes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm here. Come for me.
Pareciera que fuera pura roca y arena, pero hemos visto gusanos de mar que se llaman poliquietos, hay parientes de los picorocos, vimos unas estrellas que parecieran súper mimetizadas. ¿Ah? Sí. Y habían unas estrellas frágiles que parecían arenas y estaban totalmente mimetizadas con el fondo. Así que los invito a cuando se hagan los zoom a agudizar su ojo y van a ver muchas especies que están totalmente camufladas con el fondo marino.
Okay, maybe we can move a little bit to the right.
Okay.
Herman, what is it we're looking for?
Naturales. Hacia el lado derecho.
Okay.
Vamos, sí, sí.
So, from one of the other cameras, we've noticed some corals of interest on the other side of this rock. So we're going to reposition.
Yeah, for folks just joining us, this is the first dive of the remotely operated vehicle Sebastian for the year 2024. We're currently diving on Seamount 19 at the Nazca Ridge. And this footage is coming to you live from about 1,846 meters below the surface of the ocean. So the remotely operated vehicle Sebastian, or ROV Sebastian, is connected up to a surface ship, the research vessel Falkor 2. And that connection allows the pilots on board RV Falkor 2 to control ROV Sebastian. And we get the video and data sent back up the line, where we can give it to the scientists here on board or forward it out to the web for our audiences around the world.
Oh.
About lunchtime here. I'm hungry too.
Whoa. Something's going on there too. Okay. Well, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
for it, yeah. Too large for a color wheel. Look at it. Yeah.
Some glasses. Let's try to vote for like all of it.
We're gonna try and collect the specimen with some of its associated fauna on it, and yeah, just have some background discussions going on about. We're gonna be doing a CTD cast soon while we're doing the ROV work, so there's some discussion on timing of that in the background.
Ahora vamos a tratar de tomar esto que podríamos decir que es como un
Here we
oasis.
have a primnoid, sea star having some lunch on it,
Esto es un buen ejemplo de un oasis en el fondo del mar. Vemos como un coral, que es como el arbolito que vemos ahí, es un coral, y tiene sobre ellas una estrella frágil a la derecha, con largas tentáculos o patitas. A la izquierda abajo, lo rojo es una estrella de mar, y en la base hay una lepa muy similar a la que vimos anteriormente, que fue el primer organismo que tomamos. Entonces aquí vemos por lo menos, a simple vista, por lo menos 4 organismos distintos.
you can see when we were zooming in how there weren't any of the polyps, right? There weren't many polyps around where the sea star is. That is probably because it is consuming this coral.
Oh, no. Oh, well.
We lost la letra la perdimos.
I'm gonna try to get this little star, sea star, and coral all together and see if they all make it into the sample container.
It's just really wide.
Okay. Yeah, maybe we can go for this half of Firebox 3.
Firebox 3? Okay.
Yeah.
Firebox. Three. Three.
Slow.
Three.
B.
3B.
Or yeah, or whatever.
Everyone ends up in.
Yay. Great. Okay, now. Yeah, we're going for this
Red one?
Yeah.
Where do you want that? Stand by. Want that in the forefront?
Yeah, we can put in the preview. Yeah. Before collecting, yeah.
Alright, so this is gonna slow you down. We're not gonna crush you.
Maybe Antomastus. So collecting this with suction or
What would you prefer? We've done both. Little frontal stuff, and it can be kind of whatever. We've done it before where we come underneath it and kind of just like pick it up, or we've used the suction. So whatever you'd rather do.
Which one would you suggest? For your speeds?
I would say that the suction is usually a little bit safer.
Okay.
Because they can be really damaged if you try to squeeze.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'll have to move
Let's
it.
try suction. Yeah.
Probably it's a safer route.
Yeah, this one appears to be Pseudoanthomastus.
With coarse mesh.
Okay.
Maybe 4.
Alrighty.
Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, I don't think the stone is loose, but maybe you can check first.
Probably not. But yeah, we'll push on and see if we get lucky.
Sí, pero eso parece que ya se lo
Ya
comunico.
tomaron, ya. Before you grab that, you see that rock is loose. Just try to make sure. Yeah, just push it so you can see the moves and not push that surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. Alright. Yeah,
No.
Estamos tratando de colectar esa pequeña anémona roja que se ve al fondo. Quizá vamos a cambiar el método de colección. En vez de usar el brazo, parece que vamos a usar succión.
Yeah, so for anyone just joining again, we are in the process of sampling right now. We have finished one transect, and we will continue. We're going to try to sample this last specimen, I think, and then start transecting again. You'll note we're at a little rock outcrop that's exposed among the sediment around it. And so we're seeing a lot of diversity, and we're trying to collect, one of our objectives is to collect representative fauna for the region. So we're trying to collect a little bit of all the species that we're seeing. Obviously we can't sample them all in the time allotted, so we're trying to just collect some, focus on some now, and then ones that we're seeing that are pretty common, we're gonna, success. We're gonna hope to collect some of those others later.
Con succión. Con succión pudimos obtener la anémona, la rojita.
You see it before, so you know that it's there.
Yeah, I think we should
Carry
move.
on?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Carry on, please.
It looks productive.
Todavía no lo puedo dar ya.
Yes.
¿Por?
Yep.
Sí, sí.
Fly around this for a minute just to get some of this. Set that off. We'll try to transect.
In the sonar, do you see any other outcomes? Can we, go for one of those?
Yeah.
Estamos viendo en este momento dos ejemplares de pepinos de mar, o también conocidos como lotúridos, posiblemente de la familia Elacipodidae y también posiblemente del género Amperima, organismos suspensívoros que se alimentan del fitodetrito que viene bajando desde la columna de agua. Estos organismos responden y son muy sensibles a estos aportes de alimento desde la columna de agua, pudiendo aumentar su abundancia de forma muy rápida y en grandes cantidades. Right now in English, we can see right now sea cucumber, two specimens of sea cucumber. They are suspension feeder animals that they catch all the small particles from the column water, like a phytodetritus, so they can explode in abundance, and diversity has a response of that kind of organic matter input.
Maybe we can scoop them for suction.
Okay. Scoop or suction? Suction. What would you prefer?
I don't know.
They are delicate. They are delicate. Yeah, we can gently do it. Very gently. Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them.
Tal vez tú debes conocer a David Billett. David Billett from NOC.
No, Nazca.
From Southampton. Bueno, él era uno de mis supervisores y él trabajaba con sea cucumber.
Excelente. Acabamos de obtener este pepino de
We're gonna
mar
start on the other one.
de color rosado, muy diferente a los que nosotros conocemos, que están más cerca de la costa. Tiene un color muy distinto.
Both in the same, it's okay. Another one, please.
Follow me. Alright, there you go.
Cool. Okay, carry on. No.
5, 5.
Entonces empezamos con eso, solo por eso. Vamos a tener eso, vamos a observar el evento. Ese es el erizo. El erizo que también abunda no le interesa sacar. Hay un erizo que es súper abundante.
Before we start to climb, we go upslope. Maybe we can fire on this.
Big one or small one?
Ahí vamos, esperamos, sí.
Do you want me higher in the water column, or do you want me on the
No,
seabed?
close to the bottom.
Okay, on it, or just the hovering above?
Yeah, when you, if there is no sun floating or something.
Okay, I'll move a little bit. This way.
So,
That's 5. We're gonna do a new skin.
okay, so
Stand
yeah,
by.
we will wait for
Wait
a
on this
bit
one?
with more fauna. And yeah, just for EDNA probably is not so.
Okay.
So which part of the transit we are in the second waypoint?
We haven't got to the first one yet. We're still.
Oh,
Yeah, we're actually a third of the way.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, let's go to.
Alright. Back down.
Just taking a quick look at our weather outside for folks. It's not frightful. It's overcast. So we'll keep an eye on any network hiccups, but it's not too bad out there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the sun to come out.
It hasn't been out like the past couple days.
It came out like on the 3rd day.
Yeah.
It was coming out in the afternoons. The last few days it's been a little gray.
Sí. Mhm.
Yeah.
It's port close, port open, port close, port open with a moment's notice. And so we had to come across to the ship in 3 different groups. There were people who were stuck on land waiting for the port to reopen, so it was an adventure. That isn't them. Urchins are in little trails.
We're coming up on lunchtime here on the ship, so you'll be hearing people come in and out as folks go off to grab their lunch, and other folks come in to cover them.
Could you turn the lasers on? Sorry. Yeah.
RB Bridge, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a new
Your waypoint, excellent for a start. Make my way there. Now, thank you.
While we're transiting, we can have a few more people who've joined us in the room introduce themselves in English or in Spanish. So, Marco. Marco, do you want to introduce your thing?
Okay. Community, Juan Fernández Island. Mi nombre es Marco Pérez, soy representante del archipiélago Juan Fernández e Islas Desventuradas, representando a toda la comunidad de pescadores artesanales. Estamos acá presentes en el Falcon 2. La verdad que esto es un hito histórico como comunidad, poder estar presente en estas investigaciones que realmente son muy importantes para la ciencia, y la comunidad presente también se siente muy empoderada de estas áreas de protección marina. Por tanto, es un orgullo estar presente en este gran equipo de investigación.
Thank you, Marco. So yeah, Marco is one of the observers on board representing Juan Fernandez in representing their community. He has a lot of pride to represent the community. They do artisanal fishing, so he represents the group of artisanal fishers there. And so yeah, he's on board joining us and participating in the dives, and he's going to help us process samples. And so he's also happy to learn what we do as science and how science can help support the marine conservation in their waters around Juan Fernandez, where we will be going near the end of this cruise.
Okay. Déjame los camaroncitos.
Yeah, right now it looks like, sorry, I was listening to Marco, but it looks like we're stopping to look at a sponge, and
Lo que están viendo ahora es una esponja y una esponja de cristal y adentro suelen tener habitantes, pero no estoy tan segura si los tiene ahora. Ah, ya. En este caso lo que vemos dentro son poliquetos. En algunas ocasiones pueden tener dentro camarones, pero al parecer este tiene poliqueto. Ah, y abajo lo más hermoso es un hermoso langostino. Nosotros en Chile comemos langostino, pero este debe ser muy pequeñito. Lamentablemente no puedo llegar más a decirle qué es porque se camufla mucho con el fondo. Pero en inglés se llaman squab lobsters.
yeah, so we're collecting a sponge right now, and there's some, I think they were saying there's polychaetes on there, some amphipods, and Mari works with crustaceans, and her favorite is squat lobsters, and so she's super excited that there's one at the base of the sponge. So the beautiful squat lobsters. So she's happy to see her first one on the dive right now.
Ahora vamos a tratar de colectarlos porque dentro de un objetivo es que a estos pequeños crustáceos llamados langostinos o squat lobster vamos a tratar de medir su metabolismo. Entonces ojalá podamos obtenerlo porque sería muy bueno para nosotros.
Yeah, so the hope is that we can collect some of these squat lobsters because she'll be doing the oxygen respiration experiments on board, and her target group is the squat lobsters to be doing these experiments. So she has this new system with these small chambers where she'll acclimate the squat lobsters for about 12 hours, and then she'll run 24-hour respiration experiments. And I don't, you'll probably see in different pictures online on the website. A lot of us are wearing shirts and they have different animals on the back, and of course on Mari's shirt is one of the species of squat lobsters that she's recently described. That's new for this region.
Alright, I'm gonna have to guess when it goes in because it's really small. Very good. I think that went in just then. What do you think?
Yeah, it looks like it.
There. Yeah.
All right.
Great. Yeah. And now for the sponge.
All right. Hope that it is not small.
And this sponge is apparently Plectella. The genus Plectella. So we do have a sponge expert on board. He's not quite on watch yet, but he's sitting outside the mission control room sending us messages.
Yeah. Let's go for good time. Yeah.
Hand is up.
Bueno, gracias a esta esponja es que, a diferencia de la esponja que no conocemos, la esponja las típicas que una ve, la esponja amarilla o la que está pegada a la superficie, es que se le conoce como esponja militar, porque forma una red fina, que cuando tú lo tocas es como fibra de vidrio. Y en este caso, este es una esponja de la familia Plectelidae, o del género Plectella, que por lo general la lisanidosidad hacen tubos. Entonces tú puedes ver un gran tubo. Entonces hojas de esponja son muy finas, entonces cualquier golpe, si se aprieta aprieta de forma muy fuerte y con la fuerza. Entonces lo ideal aquí es eso, saber de la base y tratar de sacarla justo con el pedúnculo o la forma de la estructura que tiene como raíces que la adhieren a su sustrato.
Whatever.
Oh, okay. For the picture.
El control.
And at the coral, the sponge. So again, our coral expert is saying it is a plectella.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's some organisms living inside. Again, let's zoom here to see what we can see.
It was, yeah, 6.
6.
Yeah.
Lo van a poner en el
Has polychaetes inside.
Multiple collection in one.
Yeah. Because in general, these have shrimps, but that one has polychaetes.
And that's the little.
They used to have wedding shrimps. It's like a couple of shrimps that lives inside the sponge for life.
All right. A little bit forward. We go forward. Keep going. There you go.
Okay, Caroline. So that one's gonna be the 10.
Okay. Little tornado.
Cool. Oh, what is that? Whoa.
It's from our thrusters. Just causes a little. Alright.
Okay. So continue to our next waypoint. Yeah. Yeah. Can we zoom
Was
this?
it connect?
Yeah.
Alright. Doing the.
This is the.
Just look. Alright. Watching or just the observation?
Yeah. Let's check.
So sister. So we're seeing it.
Would it be a music collection? Or...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will be today.
Yeah.
I got nothing but Facebook Live.
Violence 4.
5
Yeah.
Alright.
son las primitas de la Prisínguida. Bueno, para el público hispanohablante, lo que estamos viendo es una estrella de mar. Una de las características de esta especie, que es del género Brisinga, visualmente es que sus brazos son alargados y su cuerpo es bastante pequeño, y esto es principalmente para imitar a otro grupo que es similar a los, son conocidos como lirios de mar. Entonces esta característica le permite camuflarse entre los lirios de mar y además cazar. Eso que acaban de ver, que se soltó un brazo, no es que se haya dañado por la manipulación, es que las estrellas de mar, por lo general, lo que hacen como para liberarse cuando están bajo peligro, bajo el ataque de un predador, lo que hacen es liberar partes del cuerpo para escapar.
Okay. Okay, sorry.
Eso es lo que no sé.
Yeah, maybe we can stop.
They're going on the left.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that one?
This,
Oh, okay.
that one and that one.
Alright, so let's try to set for both of them.
Posiblemente una corona de eso tendría que ser más cerca. Sí, realmente.
It's a crinoid. ¿Es un crinoide? Una esponja.
Sí.
Pero
A mí me tinca.
¿cuánto?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ah, ¿no tiene más? 8 tiene.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to collect them.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe that one, coral quiver.
Okay.
And the other one is okay, biobox.
Alright.
Probably many animals inside.
Alright, so one on the right, one on the right, and
Biobox and
this one,
that one, coral quiver.
Okay.
This.
So we'll do the bio box one first, and then take the cover off, we'll do that, and then do that one. Alright. So yeah, bio box. Which bio box do you like? By itself or with something else? So we're gonna put this guy in a bio box. I don't know which one. Any bio box or different ones do you prefer?
Yeah, we can.
And four bio box.
Biobox 4.
And then one black. Okay. And I have some down one.
Yeah.
All
Try
right.
to move a little bit if it's losing the segment.
Yeah.
Escaping.
It's also a sampler.
Yeah.
I think it's better with the suction.
Yes.
Because
There's one on that profile, so we need to get the cap.
Which one do you want to know?
Number Por ahí. Quizás para tener una botella en el fondo y después pedir agua. Something inside? Anything inside? Okay, just put it. Okay.
All of them, we put the camera back some more.
Oh,
Okay. You're good, you're not good. Just assume, what's that camera?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe just put it on top and then.
yeah. Just do it like that. You don't have to figure out it. Go down a little more though. Get this started. Let me see if it'll sit there. Just kind of push it in there easy. Don't go too far. There you go.
Cargador. Well done. Okay.
Nice.
carry on to the next waypoint, please.
Yeah, we just had Claude on the nips there, but we got J-Rod jumping in right now. It's lunch currently, so we got people coming in and going out. Got Jill over in pilot seat right now.
See how they work into that.
We are staying at this depth, or are we coming down to stay on the line?
Yeah, maybe better to stay on the line.
Okay.
Yeah.
Only
Stay on the line.
that's what I'm saying.
If you're just joining us, this is our first dive of the Seamounts of the Southeast Pacific expedition. We're currently diving on Seamount 19 on the Nazca Ridge. Coming up, we've got about 8 hours left on planned dive time here. And that includes up onto deck. Got a little sea cucumber sitting here on the bottom. We are planning to stick with the 12-hour dives, so we do have another dive scheduled for tomorrow, same time, and we'll see where we go from there. Got a crab on the right there. Where are the pointers?
Lot of polychaetes chip around the swell.
Yes.
The road is loose.
Is possible, Doctor?
Oh yeah,
I saw it earlier.
You want to see if the rock?
This rock doesn't look loose.
Yeah, but it's alone in the middle of. Arriba.
right here?
No, I think which waypoint are we at now?
You're still heading to waypoint 2.
Okay, let's keep heading to waypoint 2 for a while.
But then you don't want the spot lobster?
Yeah, okay, I guess we need to collect that squat lobster if we can.
We can wait for. Podemos esperar que haya más puntos y sacar varios lugares.
Sí, bueno, ya.
Yeah.
Ah, pero
Hold on one second.
máximo.
Okay. Yes. Good picture and.
Yeah, I think we just do the zoom big. Okay.
Can carry on.
Okay. It's more close as possible.
That's it.
That's as close as I can get.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I see some example for uncontaminated channels. Is possible.
Yes.
Okay. It's
Okay.
for me.
Alright, thank you. Yeah, I think we need to transect with lasers on for a while, just to play a little catch up on our dive plan. So yeah, I think we're going to be transecting for a while. Alright, so yeah, we just are changing science team shifts in the mission control room, and it's lunchtime right now, and lunch today was amazing. I am so full. So yeah, I wanted everything. So it's going to be a little bit of a flurry of us changing out.
I'll put them back just out of the view, but not more if there's shadow in the room.
And so today's plan, for those of you who've joined us since the plan, is to do a little bit of transecting at around 1900 meters, where we're at right now, and we're going to go to a ridge, and then we're going to start transecting up a ridge, and later in the dive we'll transect along a depth contour again. So we have done quite a bit of sampling so far today, so we'll take some other breaks to do some sampling and zooming in. There's a holothurian going by, one we've seen before on the dive. Seems to be quite abundant here. And again, my name is Erin Easton. I'm one of the co-principal investigators on this cruise. The area that we're transecting along is around 1900 meters depth, and we're on Seamount 19 at one of the seamounts in the southern extent of the Nazca Ridge. Nazca Ridge extends from offshore of Peru down towards the southwest, where it intersects with the Salas y Gomez Ridge. So on this cruise, we will be looking at the seamounts in that junction area of the Nazca Ridge and Salas y Gomez Ridge. And this is our first seamount that we're studying. So far we've seen these little block dots that you're seeing are small urchins, possibly diadema. We're also seeing some sea cucumbers or holothurians along the seafloor, lots of tracks, some small holes that small crustaceans or other organisms are probably digging. We've seen some glass sponges, some corals on rock outcrops in particular, some brittle stars. What was for lunch? Yeah, so we had like an Italian meal today, so pasta with different sauces and split pea soup and amazing salads with pears and grapes and blue cheese for one of them, caprese. Yeah, it was a fabulous Italian lunch. So here we go.
Every time.
So I believe this is one of the larger outcrops we've seen today. What's a sponge look like? Looks like there's a sponge tucked in there. There's another sponge. Yeah, we have a bath of pathies, black coral. So some Lotharians, some more corals up on the rock.
There's
Oh, hey, that's nice.
California?
Yeah, this is one of those. Yeah. Yeah, so this is our first metallogorgia, I think, that we've seen today. The sponge we just passed, our sponge expert was saying it looks like a Sacrocalyx. We have a metallogorgia here. With a brittle star wrapped around it.
So back it up. There's a nice little sea star over there.
Para los que están escuchando en español, eso que parece una flor, en realidad es un animal y es una gorgonia y pertenece al grupo de los corales. Y sobre ella, lo rojito que veíamos era una estrella frágil. Hemos visto varias con diferentes colores y ellas suelen enredarse sobre los corales y ahí aprovechan tienen refugio y alimento.
Yeah, that's a nice view.
Just a life.
Here we go. Yeah, we can go ahead and continue. Yeah, as we're moving along this depth contour of around 1900 meters or so. Continuing to see some of these bathypathes along the rock outcrop. There's one down below too.
Lo rojo que se ve como pluma son corales y hemos visto varios encima de la roca.
Once I leave this outcrop, I'll pivot into it.
So we believe we're seeing at least 2 species of bathypathes. Hopefully we'll see them when we have another good point to stop. So let's see.
Ocelopter.
Oh, look at that.
It's possible.
Yes, you can zoom in.
Oh, wow. Este es un squab lobster, probablemente del género gonionidae. No he visto esta especie antes, no he visto ningún registro de una con una punta como la vemos allá. Muy posiblemente no esté registrado acá.
So we believe this species has not been observed, or this genus has not been observed for this region before.
It has a spine on its back, so Mari thinks it might be a first registration for this area.
Sí. Oh, no,
Sí.
maybe. Puede ser otro género, pero este organismo no está registrado para la zona. Posiblemente una nueva especie. Oh, wow. Ojalá pudiéramos tomarlo, pero tenemos que reservar espacio para otras cosas. Oh, wow. Lo que se mueve ahí muy rápidamente son sus patitas por las que se está alimentando. Ahí tiene unas patas cerca de la boca como unos filtros y las mueve rápidamente y de esa manera por un lado respira y por otro lado come.
Yeah, so what you see moving there are its legs that it uses for, has extensions on them for filtration, and it's moving in one way, it's doing ventilation and respiration, and the other way it's for eating.
Mari, do you, it's not going to be good for your experiments, is it? But
It's too
you
big.
want, yeah, it's really big, so
Yes.
just think
I
zoomed enough, or are you good?
Just like a little tiny. Small toy kids, need to be the top, can we just make this one?
I think that was as far in as we could zoom, correct?
Yeah, that was our budget.
That was it.
But look, you think anthropod up there.
Sí, con fotos está bien.
Ah, amphibos, or not?
Yes, amphibos.
Yeah.
It's an amphibos.
An amphipod. So we don't have any landers deployed quite yet, but we're hoping to catch lots of amphipods later on in this cruise. At our next station, we'll be deploying the first lander, actually.
Lo que se hicieron el
We
aumento
can continue, I think, yeah.
y decían que era un anfípodo. Los anfípodos son las pulguitas de mar. Ese es pariente de las pulguitas que saltan en la playa, en las costas de Coquimbo, de Serena y de todo. Ah, mira, una
If
estrellita
we do
ahí.
a quick zoom on the sea star, that'd be great.
The sea star?
Yeah. Zoom in to kind of. For some of our colleagues, so they can get some information without collecting a sample. Alright, I think that's good. We can continue on.
I know, I saw it.
So again, we're just continuing along our transect here. We have some waypoints set out, some benchmarks we want to hit throughout this dive, just to cover some area and make sure that we're capturing as much diversity as possible. We're seeing a lot of xenophores around. And as we're transecting, we're just zooming in on some of the animals. did a closer look in the hope that some of the imagery will be sufficient to help people identify them to their group. Oh, lovely.
Uy, qué lindo.
I'll toss up the map here.
So yeah, you can see up there in the inset, little map of our area. Some of these labels are pretty long, so they're clipping into the terrain, but we started on the lower left here on the west side at on bottom. We are working our way up along the slope, and then we're gonna work up slope. So we're kind of doing like across, up, across, up. And we started down at like 1,850 meters. We're gonna get up to about 1,100 meters as we work our way up slope.
This is a nice outcrop. Ooh, oh wow. Yeah, that's a nice. That one's probably quite old.
Oh. Tiene.
Trying to see what's on it. Oh. Looks there's mollusks on there? I think so. Wow. Yeah, this is I think the largest Bathypathes I've seen on this dive so far. Probably quite old, beautiful.
Can we make a zoom for see the small ones?
Are we able to zoom in anymore?
Look at you, touches up. Nothing there.
Sí, yes, please. Yes, I take it.
I think because this has, I think we'll try to get a sample of this one with some of the
Can you zoom out?
semionts in it. Sí, vamos a tomar una muestra. Sí. Yeah, we'll go ahead and take a sample of this one. Excuse me. 'Cause we'll be able to look at not only the coral, but also some of its associates. So if we're able to clip a piece with some of the...
Are you gonna want this to go into a quiver?
If it'll fit in a quiver, yeah. I think we can put it in a quiver.
Like, you want a quiver-sized piece, but
A quiver-sized piece, as long as we get a quiver-sized piece with some of the mollusks on it.
Valentina Mancía
Still
pregunta.
learning how to judge the size based on what.
Okay. Valentina pregunta si está midiendo oxígeno disuelto y la respuesta es que sí. Ustedes no ven eso en pantalla, pero nosotros tenemos los datos invisibles de temperatura, oxígeno, salinidad.
Aaron, while they're collecting, we had a question of how do you decide, like, yes, we want a sample, no, we don't. Is it just kind of eyeballing it, or?
Yeah, it's a mix of eyeballing it. Where we happen to stop between transects. If we pass something particularly interesting, so this one's particularly interesting because we see some barnacles on it, some mollusks on it, and so by taking one sample we can actually collect several other samples. So with one sample we'll have numerous samples and specimens available to study and possibly describe. So that's one of the, oh, it's beautiful. Great shot. Great zoom. Yeah, so we can see the tentacles for the coral polyps there. Wow.
So where do you just want some of the snails as well?
Yes, yes.
That, the one up there?
Yeah, how? Yeah, we want one of that. Can we get any further down to collect more and it still fit in the coral quiver?
Hey, can I do multiple cuts?
You can do multiple cuts, yes.
Okay, so I'll get you one cut with the main stalk, you know, where everything's branching off of, and get this top couple pieces, and then I'll go down and get a couple of the branches that
Yeah,
have them.
that'd be perfect.
You good with that?
Yes, thank you.
Good for us to start sampling now?
Yes, please. Thank you. Yeah. No. Sorry, we're also discussing at some point on the dive we'll collect some water bottle samples. So some Niskin samples. We'll probably pick a spot where we have a diversity of specimens along the bottom, and so we can use those for eDNA, some nutrient analyses, and things like that. So yeah, we actually just did a zoom in to see the open polyps as much as possible, so we can try to do another zoom after we're finished with the collection.
Acá estamos viendo un zoom de un coral y en cada uno del coral podemos ver un pequeño caracolito. Entonces este tipo de muestra es súper útil porque no solamente tenemos el coral, sino que las especies asociadas a él. Al parecer también habían anfípodos que ya salieron nadando, y al parecer también se ven pequeñas lepas o balanos en las puntas. Acá estamos tratando de sacar un trozo solamente del coral, no totalmente toda la muestra.
sure. Cutter is cutting through this one.
Parallel to the other side, I could hold it, give you something else rather than the stalks.
Yeah, I don't think the stock will break on this one. It needs to be cut through, so. Okay.
I'm afraid to pull too hard and break the whole thing off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fine. See what we can get. Oh wait, did it? Oh, we just had to say. Just had to say it was winning.
In what box? In box.
But yeah, I think I was talking a little bit ago about why we select certain samples. So we also have a team of scientists on board and on shore, either like as collaborators, who will put messages into the chat, or we have our own communication on board, so people who aren't in mission control will send us a note to say, hey, this one's particularly interesting. So if there's a sponge of particular interest to the sponge expert on board, then he will send us a message even if he's not in mission control. So we're able to watch the live stream just as you all are, from really, in our case, from anywhere on the ship. We have TVs all around, so that's something. one of the ways that we decide. Others, we're trying to get representation right now of the different fauna. So, here we're trying to get with one sample numerous species in one attempt, as I was mentioning before.
You want some of these little
Yeah, I think.
googly bob things?
Yeah, let's get some of them.
Hate to get too sciencey on you.
Yeah. Very, very appropriate name. Gonna have our little cave of thingamabobs. Yeah, I think one of those will be good. And I think on that first piece here, we'll get one of the snails.
Yeah, you got one snail.
And I think we got the barnacle at the end, so. Like you need to have like a little caption over silence because we are working. Everyone's on the edge of their seat watching. No, I think we're good. I think we have one each of the main groups that are on there. There might be different snails, but I think we have a good representation, so I think we can proceed on with the transecting. Maybe one last zoom in and see if any of the scientists at home can see anything. I want to see. Yeah, so yeah, the black corals have a pretty tough skeleton. It's proteinaceous, it has some protein in it, it's sturdy, it's flexible, but it's difficult to break and cut. Also causing a bit of a problem to get the top of the quiver on, preventing it from closing. of stressed out now, so it's not showing off like it was earlier. You can see the polyps on the main stalk and on the branches. Great. Alright, yeah, I think we should go ahead and continue on our transect.
Take it.
So yeah, we have a little decorator crab right there, wearing some anemones. Actually, zoanthids, I think we're on the...
There's a really wispy coral down there on the screen, center bottom.
Oh, yeah. We have a few different ones. Yeah, so along the wall here we're seeing some species of corals or some morphs that we haven't seen yet. There's a glass sponge there too. Along this wall here. Some shrimp. Oh, that's a nice view of that anemone. So got some anemones.
It's tough to know when you're rotating. Yeah. But you just gotta measure.
And we saw, let's see, there was at least one Chrysogorgia along the wall there. It's the one that kind of spiraled up along the stalk.
Hey, Jared, I was told we were gonna hold position while the CTD goes in.
Oh, I'll do that.
Thanks.
So right now we're also doing, while the ROV is diving, we're doing a CTD rosette cast right now. We're going to collect some water samples from the upper part of the water column to look at the nutrients that are in the water up there. And so we have that is just starting now. We putting that piece of equipment in the water while the ROV is down diving. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess people can hear maybe the fan of the air conditioner going on. There's some discussion in there in Spanish about the sound, and so yeah, that's.
Aire acondicionado.
About whether or not it's the sound of the sea.
Yeah, el ruido que sonido que estás escuchando is the air condicionada. So it's super loud. It's muy fuerte este air acondicionado en la camarote donde estamos in mission control. So
Even
yeah.
with that running, it's 26.3 Celsius up here right now. So, but it gets toastier. We've had it get like to 28 or something.
Wow. Warm. Yeah, I think it was before they turned up the air conditioner, it was a couple degrees Fahrenheit and about 1 degree Celsius warmer than it currently is. And here we have a metallic gorgia. And a fjord wrapped around it.
I just need to get beside, but I can't. If I turn this way, it'll look great.
Really liking that one.
Can we zoom in on the base when you're done? So sometimes what's important to identify some species of corals is to not only look at the polyps and the overall colony structure, but also to look at the base and how it attaches, what that attachment point looks like. Sometimes you also see organisms.
Is it basal plate? What's it called?
There is a snail in there.
The holdfast. Yeah. So, thank you. There we go. There's some nice.
Amazing.
Yes, this one is a coral in the genus, or in the group Metallogorgia. And then there's a brittle star and a furoid wrapped around it. So a lot of coral species will have either a brittle star or a basket star living in association with it. It is not feeding on it, unlike earlier in the dive when we saw a sea star that appeared to be consuming a primnoid. So, yeah, thank you.
Ya, para los que están en español, esto que estamos viendo es un coral que tiene una base, ¿ok? Y en esta base, cuando nos acercamos vimos un montón de otras especies adheridas, y en el centro hay una estrella frágil cuyos brazos están enroscados en el coral.
Yep, we're still in a scoot and shoot portion of this, but we're going to get to another transect, I think, and whip along for a while.
Interesante que no hemos visto ni un pez en todo el transecto.
Yes.
Oh. You speak and you shall receive, Javier.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, no.
Javier was just saying we hadn't really seen any fishes other than those first tripod ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
What else do you want to see?
Golden with a parasite.
as soon as he spoke. Oh! And sorry, I don't know my
Pelican
fish.
fish.
Pelican fish.
Pelican fish. Thank you.
Yeah, with a parasitic copepod on it, I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
And a little shrimp coming along. I wonder if we're about ready to hit an area with a little higher currents then. Great.
I was worried of thrusting too much, usually it spits them out, so I just kind of steady. I see a shadow.
You can see a shadow, so.
There, I got him.
Estamos a 1868 metros de profundidad y estamos viendo un pez pelícano.
Yeah, he doesn't want to cooperate.
Yeah, Javier, keep saying what you want to see. Let's see if it works.
As soon as I frame him up, he comes back again.
He wants you to get a close up.
It's like, can you
Look
take
at
this
this.
thing off me?
Yeah. That is a parasite.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a parasite on it. Bright red.
Lo rojo que se le veía al parecer es un parásito al pez pelícano.
Yeah, there's been a couple of the little tripod fish in that guy.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many fish. Early on in the dive, there were 2 or 3 tripod fish.
Yeah.
One right when we gently approached bottom. Another holothurian, another sea cucumber. Oh, this one's
Very nice.
very nice. Yeah.
Esto es un holotúrido, un pepino de mar, pero no como los que conocemos, sino que este es capaz de nadar. ¿Mm?
It's got more of those little growths on it, not as much as we saw on the way down.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
Little hydroids.
What looks like little hydroids living on the sea cucumber. The beginning part of the dive, we saw one where it was quite a bit more dense. Oh yeah, do a little dance in a circle for us. There you go.
Nice spin.
There we go. Yeah. He showed us all his sides.
Cool.
Continue the transects. How far off are we from our next waypoint? A ways.
200 meters.
There it is.
We have made it 360.
Okay.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few of those cucumbers cruising around here. When we first touched down, there was just a bunch of them right there.
Yeah, easily like half a dozen or more.
Yeah.
That was just in what was in our field of view at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, they seem to be one of the more abundant. Looks like we have another good sized Bathypathes here. We can keep heading on. See if we can get over to this ridge. So although we haven't finished mapping the seamount, there are some transects from ship paths. So we do know from that information and other information that the top of the seamount is relatively flat. So it's what we call a geo. And so that is probably a lot of the source. It's also fairly shallow, so I think a lot of source of the sediment is raining down from the top of the seamount. It's quite sandy. Apparently past another sponge that I missed. But we can keep proceeding along. So we're trying to transect over to a ridge. So we're doing a transect at around 1900 meters. Just seeing what we see in terms of diversity. So for those of you who've just joined us, again, the area that we're, the seamount that we're studying is on the Nazca Ridge. It's in the southern portion of the Nazca Ridge. And the Nazca Ridge extends from off the coast of Peru southwestwards to where it intersects with the Salas y Gomez Ridge, which runs offshore of the coast of Chile, out towards the center of the Pacific Ocean. So the seamounts that we're studying on this particular cruise, and the first part of the cruise at least, are at this junction point with the Nazca Ridge and the Salas y Gomez Ridge. And this is our first seamount that we're studying. It has not been surveyed by video at these depths before. And we had to do some mapping last night, so we mapped overnight, and we mapped in circles going around the seamount, working up towards the shallowest area of the seamount. So tonight we'll be doing some more mapping. Yeah. Here we're seeing some more Bathypathes. Looks.
Oh no, I see his kickers. Yeah, it was looking like it was blooping like a rocket.
No, es
Estaba por
anfibio.
decir, tampoco hemos visto pulposos.
No, pero es.
Zoom in, see.
Yeah,
A
I
few
saw his
guesses
little,
on what
his little
we're
kickers
seeing.
going once we got closer. That's the official turn. We had someone asking earlier if this area was like geologically active still. Do you know where we would, like where the nearest really geologically active area would be still?
Yeah, so the this Salas y Gomez Ridge and Nazca Ridge, we're on the eastern side, so we're at the oldest of the seamounts and islands. So we do not expect to see any current volcanic activity in this area or hydrothermal venting. Further west along the Salas y Gomez Ridge, there's the Salas Easter hotspot, and its exact location hasn't been pinpointed, but they believe it's actually near the area of Salas y Gomez, which is a small island to the east of Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui, and Isla Pascua.
Yeah.
So we expect some flips. So that's where the current volcanic activity is believed to be.
Okay.
Is in that area, and so I believe all the volcanoes on Easter Island, or otherwise known as Rapa Nui, are inactive.
Okay.
Currently considered to be inactive, or they've been dormant for so long that we believe they're inactive. But I would love a geologist to confirm that for me.
canton
So
more
yeah, I
off
had
to
to
your
double
starboard.
check.
They go.
Oh yeah, perfect. These seamounts that we're at right now are about how many millions years old? 50?
40.
40?
Yeah.
40. About 40 million years.
Timor.
Oh, we got something.
Morir.
Is that all the numbers now?
Dark spot.
So you can get some.
Hasta el momento solamente hemos visto 2 peces y ambos son de coloración muy oscura. Y tenemos que recordar que estamos a 1876 metros. Acá ya no llega la luz visible.
Is this in
Antimora rostrata.
Yeah, so I thought. So that fish we were just looking at is Antimora rostrata.
Alosauride. Es Androbandia.
Holosauridae. See? Holosauridae. Yeah, so again, I'm not the expert on fish, but this one is a Holosauridae. So it looks like Javier's wish keeps coming true here.
Yeah.
He just had to say it, and the fish have appeared. So the first couple hours of the dive, we just were not really seeing any fish other than the tripod fish. But now we've seen a handful of different species in just a matter of minutes.
We've gotten to a lot steeper rockiness here too.
Yeah, I think the currents are probably steeper, rockier, and I think there's probably some stronger currents here. How does it feel in terms of the currents?
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Still not too bad. So yeah, we're actually heading towards a ridge, so we expect that area to be a little more rocky.
Estamos viendo otro pez de forma anguiliforme, pero esta vez con una coloración mucho más blanca, de la familia Alosauridae. Acá ya recuerda que estamos profundos y cuando estamos profundos se repiten ciertas formas de organismos aunque no estén emparentados. Y la forma anguiliforme de los peces es común cuando es profundo el hábitat.
Yeah, I love when they show off and just rotate around for you. Yeah, look at all on the side.
Yeah, nice halosaur fish there.
Ooh, lovely. Yeah, so again, we're shifting over towards this ridge, so it appears to be having some more rock outcrops, a little less sediment cover. Starting to see slightly greater diversity of definitely of fishes, and also some of the corals, anemones, and other organisms. this, I believe, might be a Hormathidae.
Yes, that's right.
So right now, we are moving towards our next waypoint, but we have the CTD in the water, so we're just moving a little bit slower right now, so we can stay within the range of the ship, which can't move while we're doing our CTD cast.
Still on the way down.
Yeah.
So I guess if we're stuck in this area, maybe let's zoom in on one of these the smaller Bathopathes, smaller black coral. Either the next one we see, or we can go back to the one we passed.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what we get on some of our later dives, because we have some dives that are coming up pretty shallow towards the end. Interesting to see what fish we get there.
Yeah, one of these up there, yeah. Got my pointer. Yeah, I think that one or that one is fine. Yeah. Whichever one's easier to view.
You don't want to sample it?
I think we will. There's also, I think Celso just saw a small sponge somewhere. Let me know if you see it. Oh, I see it off on the right here.
Okay.
That maybe we can zoom in to after. So yeah, let's go ahead while we're here, and go ahead and sample this Bathopathes. We believe it's a different species than the other one, so and we can put that in a coral quiver as well. So we'll just zoom in.
Whole thing?
Yeah, I think you can, if you can get it.
Might be able to put it on.
Yeah, zoom in on that holdfast down at the bottom. And looks like there's a sponge and a fjord right behind it too. Right down below it. So there's some little glass sponges down to the right. There's one.
Oh yeah.
Swallow.
That's good. And then off on this rock, back on the left side of the screen over there, there's. You can zoom in on that one. Yeah, you can keep zooming in on that one. It's perfectly fine. I'm just gonna orient the.
Oh.
Yeah.
Putting a guide on there? Is that what it is?
See.
Slide over.
We don't know. Actually, the sponge expert says it's a glass sponge, but no idea. So he can't see enough to.
Oh, for the type of sponge, yeah.
Yeah, I think he would need to see something on the base of it, but in the position it's in, we can't.
Are you going with a sample?
I'll wait to see what he has to say. Let's go ahead and sample this coral.
You ready to do that now?
Yes, we can go ahead and do that.
Where's it gonna go?
Over this one?
So it looks like after zooming in, the sponge expert thinks that last sponge was a Vegadrella species. I don't think I'll ever get tired of watching freshwater and saltwater mix.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Well, and we were on a cruise last year that was using some RNA later that they whipped up and filled it, and that sits in there still, but it has like the same shimmer if it spills out. So like they would put a sample in and it would kind of plunk down and just little wisps of the shimmer would kind of come up, which was cool. But they were also they were collecting some coral samples that would float. They would sink in salt water but float on the RNA later. So they would just kind of hover in the middle of the tube.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's like one of those things you just watch over and over, like a lava lamp.
Yeah.
I don't know how those ever went out of style.
Well, and there was like the really simple little ones too, with they had like little pinwheels in them and stuff, and it had oil and water, but it would only release like drops of the oil at a time, so it would flow up through the, you know what I'm talking about? Like it was like a little flat plastic thing that you'd flip over, and all the oil would make its way from the.
Yeah, I don't think I've
bottom
ever
up to the
seen
top.
that.
Oh, okay.
But I had my great aunt and uncle of mine had an oil lamp. It had like all these like kind of like fishing wire monofilament lines,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
the oil would come up and like come down the lines. I would watch that thing for hours when I was a little kid. I think some of my earliest memories are just sitting there watching that lamp. Pluck that one right off.
Very nice. Got just shy of 7 hours left of planned dive time, and that's including coming back up through the water column and on deck. So, for those of you just joining us, you still got plenty of time.
Yeah, and one thing we're trying to do on these dives that isn't done very often is we're trying to do a little bit of recording when we're going down and up. So we start a little bit after we start our dives when we're still in midwater. So we have some of our science team who are particularly interested in the midwater, and they're participating from shore. So we're doing that. Today we had, if you want to go back and watch, we had a lovely discussion with Nico Luna, who's our bird watcher on board, so you can learn a little bit about his observations that you cannot see on the live stream.
Yeah, every once in a while we've got a very cooperative bird that we're able to get on one of the cameras mounted around, but yeah, usually, you know, the ones that fly by, we can't show them at all, so.
Yeah.
It's just if one perches somewhere that we can get a nice zoom on with one of the CCTV cameras.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, he's like, oh, there's a bird. And I'm like, I see water.
Yeah.
Because they're swimming so often, not swimming, they're flying so close to the water surface.
Yeah.
But man, he's good.
Well, and we, you know, there were a couple of the brown boobies that came by yesterday when we were deploying the CTD and the like. But other than that, we've been seeing a lot of the small storm petrels. I mean, they're tiny little blackbirds. And so when you do see one, you're like, oh, there it is. But they're tough to spot. But yesterday we did a CTD cast, and then we deployed the Argo float, and just that little Argo float antenna at the surface. I don't know, all the storm petrels in the area seemed to be like, oh, what's that? Because they were just swarming it all of a sudden for, I don't know, 2 minutes or so, and then decided that's not worth my time and left. But that was the easiest way to spot the storm petrels by far, was when they came to check out the Argo float.
Wow, that sounds amazing. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing when the Argo float was being deployed. I think I was working on a dive plan or something.
Probably.
With the computer.
Yeah. And towards the end of the cruise, we'll be closer to the Juan Fernandez Islands, so it's possible that we'll see more bird activity there once we're closer on.
Yeah, but Nico was saying that he was seeing a lot of the Rapa Nui. There's a bird in Rapa Nui that as part of their culture, they would go out and collect an egg.
Oh, okay.
Have a competition to see who could go up, climb down a cliff, swim across to a rock outcrop, climb up the rock outcrop where the birds nest, grab the egg, go back down, swim across, go back up, and whoever gets there first, basically he would rule for the next year. So, yeah, he was seeing a lot of those birds because they're in their migratory phase right now.
Yeah, he's up on the bridge when we're underway, just looking for birds. Pretty great.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to slide over to that sponge now that we got
Yeah,
that?
go ahead and slide over to that sponge, please. Thanks. So Salsa does think that this is a different sponge. So
More like with sampling or not?
yeah, let's go ahead and sample this one as well for him. So he thinks the base, when you did zoom in, he was able to see it looked a little different than the one earlier, so it has a different type of attachment point.
CTD's on the way back up, looks like.
You got it?
And yeah, let's put this in a coral quiver too.
You're at level.
Backwards.
Oh. Put that close.
There we go. See that lattice work.
Yes. Sorry, I get lost in it looking at how pretty it is. Forget to mention go ahead and collect.
Push. Great push. Yep.
So for folks that are just joining, this is live footage, actually, from about 1,867 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean. And this footage is coming to you from a remotely operated vehicle named Sebastian. So think like a little robotic submarine. And that is on one end of a 6-kilometer long tether. And on the other end of that tether, up at the surface, we have the research vessel Falkor 2 up on the surface. That's where we are in the mission control on Falkor 2. So our pilots here in mission control are watching a wall of screens, getting their data and video feed from the ROV. And then they have some controls in front of them. They're able to control the ROV down that umbilical. It allows us to collect these samples and observe the submarine world.
Sí.
Yeah.
Sí, lo vi.
See if any stick along for the ride.
We got at least one in there still.
Yeah, I think there's at least two or yeah. One hanging out near the bottom.
Yeah, I'm right over.
Hanging out right at the mouth.
Yeah. Oh, you're on one. That's it. Swim right in there. You can do it. Oh.
Sometimes they'll sample themselves.
Still on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there's still at least two actually. But maybe not.
Going back to the spot.
That's it. Swim, swim. Yeah, follow the sponge. Oh yeah. Oh.
Sometimes they do, but it's what it is.
You want me to wait for him, or?
No, you can put it in there. It's fine. There's still one in there. I can see. And if not, they win. Thank you. Alright. So it looks like the CTD is on its way back up.
I don't know if it's, oh, no, okay, so it's just be careful.
Alright. So let's continue on slowly and zooming in until the CTD allows us to CTD's back on deck and we can move more.
Yeah, CTD is at about 500 meters and headed up, so.
Alright, so yeah, we are continuing along to our next waypoint where we expect there's a ridge that we're going to be following up. But for most of this dive, we've been at around 1,900 meters. I think we're 1860 right now, 1864.
Sponge or is it?
Yeah, just stock sponge, and possibly an octocoral.
Yeah, there's a coral off on the left.
Oh, yeah, I see, swell lobster.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Swell lobster there. done anything?
Yeah, let's zoom in on some of these while we're here waiting for. So our sponge expert was just messaging me that there's only one species of that genus of sponge we just collected described for the area, and he's one of the groups he's actually working on right now.
Okay.
So we're not sure if we think it might be a different species.
What's on it? There's something up there.
Yeah, can't tell from here
Iris is over there?
if that's something on a branch or if that's.
Which friend you're talking?
Yeah, and the sponge off on the left might be a primnoid.
Why is it working? It's just laggy.
You want to zoom in on something?
Yeah, you can zoom in on the sponge first. Let's do the sponge first.
We might need to reboot our camera.
Okay.
Your ISO's working. Iris is not.
We're just having a little communication delay with the camera, so just give us a moment. But we're zooming in here on the sponge. First we're going to zoom in on the top, then after that we'll zoom in on the stalk.
ROV Sebastian measures out roughly, it's like 2 by 2 by 3 meters.
Yeah, you want to follow that stalk
Lifeboat.
down, go down to the base.
Sounds like they're doing a test drill of deploying the lifeboat, so if you hear a whining
Our
noise in
sponge
the
expert
background,
is
that's
telling
probably
me
what that
it's
is.
a Caliphacus species. Thank you. And then let's go ahead and see if we can zoom in over on that coral. So you can tell if it's a primnoid. I think it is. So yeah, you can see it's an octocoral because it has the 8-fold symmetry in terms of its tentacles. So there's 8 of them. That's one of the ways you can tell.
What were those things growing on?
Huh. Okay, so this one is not a primnoid.
They look like particle cutters.
I think it's actually a.
Is that a hydrant? Big hydrant?
It might be. I mean.
The way it's twisting like that, I almost wonder if they're worms in tubes.
Yeah.
Because
it
they're
might
freely
be.
twisting inside the tube.
Otherwise?
There's our polychaete person.
Yeah.
This might actually be a bamboo coral. I'm seeing the. Yeah.
You see the nodes?
I think I see the nodes.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, there's another right there.
Yeah,
For sure.
down. Yeah, I'm seeing him at the base. I wasn't seeing him at the end, but. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a Keratoisidae. Yeah, let's go ahead and collect this one. We can also get our answer at
What that thing
what?
is?
Yeah.
Is that as zoomed as we've got on that?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
I think we're far away. I may need reposition.
We might be able to, let's just look at the How much of it do you want?
I'm always conservative. I think the branch with the yeah.
The big
The
hydroid
branch
things.
with the symbionts on it.
Weird.
is
That's
enough.
the part that
Yeah.
you want?
Yeah, that's the part that I
Weird
want.
worm hydroid thing.
And a coral quiver is fine. Yeah, if you can get down near the base of that branch.
Yeah, because it branches off right there as
It
well.
branches right there as
So
well.
just above that?
You know, it branches so low. Go ahead and grab the whole thing. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can grab the whole thing. The branches are really low, and the branches will be good.
Nope, make those the little hydroid things.
I usually like to leave a chunk of the colony behind, but yeah. So we just collected a bamboo coral. What is the status of the CTD?
It's at 177 and headed up still.
77.
able to, let's go ahead and proceed slowly along the transect, zooming in until we're able. Are we reaching our limit of how far we can get from the ship, or do we
No,
have
we're
good?
getting it, but I think we can go a little bit more.
Se fue.
Passing one of those backup paths again. And that pink coral down there, I believe we collected a sample of a specimen. So we've been seeing quite a few of them. Yeah, for sure. Shrimp. Yep.
Very reptile.
The old reptile flow.
There's a Gorgia over there of some sort.
Yeah, yeah, there we go. Yeah, it looks like probably a Chrysogorgia.
Yeah. Gorgia.
Yeah.
Always got the spot lobster.
Oh, wow. Queronia. Chiloristes.
Reaching out, saying hello.
They always have one.
Yes. Oh, wow.
And look at the, there's a mollusk down below on the sediment.
Oh, yeah. What's the darkest
That I don't know.
Quiro-
That snail sucks the end, right?
Quirolis-
Ladeiras.
Quiros- sí.
That snail. Ladeiras.
Go down and follow.
Oh. I did he said that's what they call them zombies.
Yes. Do you know what they're?
Pretty close.
It's right by a tube. There's this tube right next to it too. Quite a few tubes down there actually. Oh, there's one that's out on the to the left. No, top of the screen. Yeah, there we go.
Fingers are out of calibration.
Kind of a candy one. You want anything from here?
No, I think. Do you want the gastropod?
Yes.
Yeah, we can collect the gastropod. How do you?
Yeah, there's a cooling room, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want it in just by the last floor? Okay. Yeah, we'll take the gastropod, the mollusk underneath the coral, and.
Assessment sampler or?
Scoop?
Are you able to scoop it up? You can scoop it and put it in BioBox 4, so we can save the
The
suction
container,
sampler
yeah.
for if we find a group of squat lobsters.
Or I can
Which bio box?
4. Yeah, it's kind of our catch-all bio box for specimens that can be in the same box together. With our scoop here, we definitely want to collect this gastropod.
How much mud do you want with it? Do you want just the snail or a little bit of mud over there?
Some mud is fine. There might be more things in it. We'll have surprises.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that's. Not sure what that is in there next to the crab. We actually collected a sample earlier that also had one of those in it.
So yeah, there's some questions about what we're targeting. So this area is not well explored. There have been only a few studies in the area, mostly shallower. And so we are actually trying to collect representatives of of as many taxonomic groups as possible, as many groups, many types of species as possible, which is part of the reason why you see us collecting corals and sponges, as well as some mollusks, crustaceans. So we're really trying to get an assortment, and when possible, we're trying to take specimens, for example, of corals where there's associates with them, so we can actually collect greater diversity. So we're kind of doing 2 for 1, 3 for 1, 4 for 1. So yes, we're basically trying to collect a little bit of everything. We have people on board who work with sponges, corals, mollusks, and crustaceans. So we'll probably target some of those a little bit more than some of the other groups. But if we see anything of interest, and any of our onshore colleagues suggest that we collect it, we're also going to be collecting additional items, additional specimens. Thank you. Hey Alex, what's the CTD up to?
It's right below the surface.
Perfect.
I can actually
So yeah, for the last maybe hour or so now, we have been doing a CTD cast, collecting some water samples. So the ship's not able to move, so we're trying to stay within a reasonable range of the vessel and doing some more collections before we proceed on with transecting. I guess before we head on, let's go ahead and collect that coral we were zoomed in earlier on, the one on the stalk.
Okay.
They've been having a discussion
The
on
one that I was just at.
the one on the right, to the right of here.
The one directly in front of us, right? The one with the head?
Yes.
The crescent merchant?
No, the
Oh.
sponge.
Sponge. I don't know which sponge.
It's alright. It was off to the right on the stalk.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
That was
So
on the
look-
waves back, wasn't it?
Is that right here, or is that somewhere else?
I thought it was right here, but if we don't see it when you zoom out, then it's fine. We'll hopefully see another one.
We moved sites and stuff, but I don't remember anyone.
We definitely moved something.
Okay, yeah, we must reposition for that one, so yeah.
There it is.
If we see another one, it'll be on our wish list. Not a problem. Continue transecting towards our waypoint so we can start moving upridge for the second half of the dive.
Bamboo? That's a big old bamboo.
Yeah.
It's not like a basin.
Pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty bamboo.
Is it out of the water? Is it out of the
It's out of the water.
Alright, so we've just completed the CTD. It's coming back on deck, so pretty soon we should be able to move the ship. Yeah, so this seamount, what's interesting about this area for the location of the seamount is there are a cluster of seamounts right in this general location that we're at. So the depth of the seafloor surrounding the seamount.
Hey J-Rod, that CTV on deck. They'll start moving closer towards you guys. Thanks.
There's a sponge there, but I don't think that's the kind you want, is it?
No, it was a one that was on a stalk, but if you want to give a quick zoom in on it, if you're able to, that'd be great. Yeah, so the seafloor surrounding this particular seamount in the near area is only about 2,200 meters. Where it drops off to more like 4,000 meters depth, but we're several miles away from that. Yeah, you can just get a zoom so we can get that on focus.
I'll just creep into it.
Here, I'll just.
I'm on.
What's inside?
So this might be a Hyalonema species. There we we go. That lighting's a little better. Do we have an angle to see the base from here?
No.
It's all blocked off? No.
Yeah, the base
Sorry.
is behind it.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and continue the transect. Hopefully we'll see more of these sponges in a little bit. We really should catch up to at least get to the ridge. I don't think we're gonna make it quite as shallow as our plan is today unless it's really repetitive on the ridge
Okay,
in terms
so-
of biodiversity.
Yeah. Before coming up, we should spot a place to take Eulogio's course. Yeah.
You want this
Yeah.
course?
Yeah. All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
All 8 here
At
is what he
same
wants?
place. Yeah.
Okay.
This is gonna be a rocky spot right here.
Yeah, I think off to my right is a little less rock. Down right over here at the spot.
Yeah. So you need 15 centimeters?
Yeah.
Let's see. So we're gonna try to do some sediment core collections here. We have someone on board who's going to be looking at the organisms that live in the sediment. So we'll be looking at what we refer to as the myofauna and the macrofauna. So we're going to try to collect some push cores here before we go up the ridge, because we think once we're on the ridge we should see even more rock and less sediment. We're not sure if the sediment here is deep enough, but we're going to give it a try.
Maybe up right here.
And I guess so, while we're doing this, we can probably do another round of introductions for those in the room. For those of you in the audience who've joined later. That's it. I think we just have a layer of sand here. Okay, maybe not. We'll hold off on the introductions for just a moment. Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna find deep sand here.
The desert.
Yeah, this is a sandy area. I'm not sure how deep it's going to be, but we're back to seeing those small urchins that we were seeing earlier in the dive. So
Try here?
yeah, let's try it. This might be our best opportunity. It's most similar to what we first saw when we gently touched bottom earlier today.
More xenos.
It's like we have some more xenos. These urchins we were seeing earlier. So yeah, we are the seamounts we're on right now are long inactive volcanoes on this eastern edge.
Yeah, you want to try one real quick?
Yeah.
I think this is going to be good a spot as any.
Yeah, let's go ahead and try one push core and see if we can get anything. And if we can, then we'll collect them all here. If Alright, while they're trying to take this push core, let's go ahead and do a round of introductions. So again, my name is Erin Easton. I am one of the co-principal investigators on this cruise. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. And
Hi everyone, my name is Maria de los Ángeles Gallardo, an associated research in SOI Universidad Católica del Norte.
Hi everyone, my name is Jan. I'm a marine biologist and PhD student of the Universidad Católica del Norte de Chile, and Spanish. Mi nombre es Jan, soy estudiante de biología marina y estudiante de doctorado de la Universidad Católica del Norte de Chile.
Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eulogio Soto from University of Valparaiso in central Chile, and I'm deep sea benthic biology with focus on animals living in the sediments.
Ellie,
Hello everyone, my name is Ellie Gonzalez. I am a grad student at the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley.
Marco?
Good morning. My name is Marco. I'm represent the community Juan Fernández Island. I'm from the archipiélago Juan Fernández. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Marco Pérez. Represento a la comunidad de Juan Fernández. Muchas gracias.
And then we're actually starting the science team switch right now. So Celso has just joined us. So if you want to come on in.
Hello everybody, my name is Celso Domingos. I am a PhD student. I work with glass sponges and I'm here to help identifying the sponges in the area.
I think that's everyone for now from the science team that's currently in, oh, well, Javier is here as well. Sorry, he's standing up. I looked right past him.
Hi, Javier Sellanes from Universidad Católica del Norte and SOI Center. Together with Erin, I'm co-chief scientist of this expedition. Javier Sellanes de la Universidad Católica del Norte y del Centro SOI. Junto con Erin soy co-jefe científico de esta expedición.
Yeah, and here in a couple of minutes, Javier will be taking back over as the main person on the mic and control for the next couple hours. I'll probably be in the room still, kind of stepping in and repeating anything in English as needed. Yeah, they're also about ready, as they're taking these samples, they're about ready to change out the pilots too.
So the mud is deep enough, so they want to do the rest of the stuff for one. I was just testing it to make sure it was clear. So yeah, just do it. They're probably better off with it.
Yeah, so we've just got that watch change happening right now, but for anyone who's just joining us, we still have 6 hours left in this dive before we're expected to be up on deck. So.
If Jorge, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi everyone, My name is Jorge Pérez Schultes. I come from the Natural History Museum of Chile, and I'm here to study paracarid crustaceans, principally amphipod and isopods.
Javier take over. See y'all later.
Okay. Thank you, Eten. Okay, we continue taking push cores. It's a good spot for soft sediment. We have a good penetration of the cores in the sediment. Estamos sacando cores, núcleos de sedimento. Este es uno de los sitios que hemos visto en que hay mayor profundidad de sedimento. En otros sitios la capa era de unos solo muy superficial, 2-3 centímetros. Estos testigos de sedimento van a estar siendo usados para ver distintas variables abióticas en el sedimento, también para la fauna que vive en ellos, mediofauna, macrofauna. Estos tubos están a cargo de el grupo de Eulogio Soto, así que quizás él nos puede comentar un poco más de esto.
Sí, gracias Javier. En el fondo del mar, donde existen arena o sedimentos, para el común de la gente pensarían que no hay vida, pero enterrados en ese sedimento viven muchos tipos de animales, pequeños moluscos, pequeños crustáceos, pequeños gusanos y también mucha vida bacteriana. Por esta razón es que estamos estudiando la vida de aquellos animales que vivían justamente enterrados en los sedimentos, en este caso a profundidades de 1860 metros, en torno a la base de este monte submarino que estamos investigando hoy día. Y también, junto con el estudio de la fauna, también queremos estudiar principales elementos asociados con el contenido orgánico y algunas variables también geoquímicas como el tamaño del grano del sedimento, el carbono, los isótopos estables y una serie de aspectos ambientales.
So we're just going to grab some push cores here, samples.
Seven out and around this same area.
All of them here.
Yeah, just we'll stick them all in and leave them. And then pick them up in
ready
order.
and then pick them up.
Just anywhere in the vicinity of this hole that's already there.
Okay. Yeah, but
Put them in a nice order, so it'll be easy for you. Get them back in. Follow the order that we established.
So, you're taking one by one, or you just put all of them and then take all of them?
They're going to put them all.
Yes.
Freeze, once you're down, like freeze and non-freeze on, but no movement on your arm, you don't realize you've got, so when you get off, it won't go as far. If you get it down, freeze it, you unfreeze it, it freeze, that's its new position. But sometimes when you put it down, and you take it off, you're actually pushing it to the side or whatever. As the freeze doesn't freeze, that lets you know that whatever you froze it, that's all. So you know you're definitely getting it more smooth.
Okay.
So the same thing there. Let it go around and that's where you push it against the freezing and freezing up, and no longer push it against it, you're just there, and you push it away.
Nice.
Yeah, what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
It just re-indexes it, so you're not going to have any movement, so you don't go there.
Yeah, so it's not re-indexed. I'm not moving it. I'm just resetting it.
Yeah, just reset it to zero, so you know when you come off. Go for next 3.
Go for this one. Like put the cap over that means you're keep the cap in that one. And then that's it.
So for anyone who's watching who maybe hasn't watched one of these push core collections before, right? We have these tubes, and the ROV is just going to press them down into the sediment. So kind of got to look for the right sediment for this. You know, if it's just a thin layer of loose silt over top of, say, rocks or more gravelly sediment, it won't work as well. You can see the sort of metal washer at the top of the main tube below the grip, and there's a little spring above that, and so that's actually acts as a one-way valve that allows the water from the inside of the tube to get pressed out as we're pushing this down into the sediment, but then it forms more of a vacuum seal as we're trying to pull that tube back up out of the ground. So when we pull it back up, we want the sediment to stick inside, kind of like putting your finger over the end of a straw and taking it up out of the drink, right? If the sediment isn't, sticky enough or it's too loose, it'll actually like fall back out of the tube. So there's definitely a heavy science to it. And sometimes we'll do these tubes one at a time. Sometimes we'll put all of them in the ground and then pull them all back out. Kind of depends, but one of the benefits to putting them all down into the sediment and then collecting them all back up is that it can stir up quite a lot of sediment when you're pulling these samples out. So if you get them all in, then you don't have to worry about that stirred up sediment sort of screwing up things for your later samples. And if the sediment gets stirred real bad, then it'll block your camera enough that you really can't do much anything else for a while. They did some introductions there before this watch change and through the watch change, but across the front right now, in the pilot seat, we have Mike. In the co-pilot on the manipulator right now is Tyler. And then my name's Alex, and I'm currently sitting in as the multimedia technician on this cruise. If you're watching live on our YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch stream, feel free to type in the chat if you've got any questions of what you're seeing or what the science is being conducted on board. And hopefully we can get some of your questions answered for you. This is the first dive of the first cruise of 2024. Got just shy of 6 hours left before we're expected back on deck, and then we are currently planning for another 12-hour dive tomorrow, same times.
going on that line or coming in front of them or whatever it's easiest. Grabbed, you maybe want to go a bit further out so that you've got, because you'll come down there and you won't leave it here. Pitch. Just because then you're like side on at the end of things, you're gonna, if you come too close, you're gonna run out at straight travel. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Radio la arriba.
If you want, you'd straighten out your yaw joint and rotate your wrist. You straighten out your own and rotate your wrist round. Yeah. And then put your pitch out a little bit. And then that'll give you a bit more movement to get it in, you know what I mean? Yeah. That'll seem like better, and then at least you'll have a bit more control. put somewhere where you're going to be happy, and then I'm going to go left to more. Yeah. So yeah. Just put it in somewhere. So remember what order you're going to put them back in. If that one's going in, the last two are going in before that. Yeah. So put that one over to the end. You know you can go 1, 2, 3, and then start working backwards. But make sure you're not. You look all right there, but make sure you're not too close to anything that's going to stop you from being able to put it in straight up and down. In terms of how rolled up your arms when you get, so no more movement in your pitch joint there on the main board. So maybe swap the full lock on that pitch for a little bit of elbow in, and then see. So give yourself a little bit of options for your joints, and then see that sort of position there. So you've got a bit of movement on your pitch if you need it. Try and get it maybe a little bit further away. Might be easier, but not too close to the other one. Somewhere there. You're right in the middle there, so you're not going to endanger getting yourself all locked up on joints. Happy? Yeah.
And then some of you might wonder, why do we stop like shy of the top, right? Why don't we just get a full sample all the way up to the top? And it's because when we have to put these core samples back into the quiver over there on the side, there's actually a little rubber bung at the bottom there that will plug the bottom of the tube. And so if it's already filled all the way 100% with sediment, then that smushes sediment up out through that one-way seal, which kind of, it screws up like that top portion of the sample. The rest of the sediment's still fine, but we just try to make sure we don't do that to all of them. If you might just be tuning in, we are currently working down about 1,860 meters below the surface of the ocean on Seamount 19 as part of our first dive of the Seamounts of the Southeast Pacific expedition. Currently, we're doing some sediment push core samples. After this, we are going to run a line up the slope, a nice little transect up slope. Prior to this, we were just kind of cutting across at the same depth, at about 850, 860 meters, or excuse me, 1,850 to 1,860 meters. So after this, we're going to start getting a little shallower. The original planned end depth for this dive was about 1,100 meters or so, but we're running a little behind schedule. But we're still going to do an on deck at 2,000 ship time. So we just might not make it that shallow.
Which one, sorry?
Yeah, that one.
What, zoom in?
That's it. Because maybe if it's a Zeno, we can take the core.
Sorry, where do you want me to zoom into?
This thing.
On this camera?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you can do it on this camera. It's just pointing out because it's not on site cam right now. It's just further down.
I can zoom in on this camera, but I don't have as much control. I can zoom
Okay.
in here.
No, just to see what is that.
Oh, okay.
Right
sorry.
there.
Yeah. ¿Quieres sacar eso?
Yeah.
Would it be possible to put the core over it?
And for that,
Yeah.
Try it.
we'll try it, yeah.
Okay.
Challenge accepted, Taylor Smith.
Challenge accepted.
You're too close, but you might get it, like
Partial way.
they did it. J-Rod and Chill did that one. Yeah. That was the test, yeah. It was a success. So
Yeah,
now
I
we're
mean,
just doing the next.
doesn't have to be perfect, but
Yeah. If you want, like, just when you're above it, de-index your arm, have a look at how it looks, make sure we get an honest interpretation. I'll zoom out. Have a look at it. Try and match up as much as you can. Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
yeah. Perfect. that one is too far from there.
No, I should be able to get it if you want that one.
Yeah.
You want to try and get that other one
Yeah,
as
maybe
well?
we can zoom a little bit. This thing, that thing. Yeah, let's go for this one.
That, see what that is. Happy with that one, Taylor? Where is it again? Let's get it.
We're increasing the levels of difficulty.
Yeah, like it. Day one heavier.
It's testing Tyler's
Yeah.
the box. I like it. Harder to explain.
Yeah.
There you go. Next decimal. Yeah. Just do the same again, get right above it, and then we'll look at the arm, try and match it up as best you can. We'll be honest. This one's going to be down the back up. We'll put this one back in first. Alright. Look. Yes. Yeah, looks a pretty good position. Happen? Yeah, I think so.
Perfecto. Justo en el blanco. Rato, está allí.
Yeah, so you're ready to get this one back in, or do you want the index, or do you want to come off and grab it again, or?
Pulled it out this way.
This is the way you pulled it out, and I think you're in a pretty good position.
Yeah.
So I would just go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Should have enough on
Happy with how your arms position and stuff like that, your master arms position.
That should be close.
Alright, go for it now.
Then buck it down with the arms.
All right, so that's all the push cores in, and the pilots are just discussing now getting them back on board.
Wiggle. Take that out, yeah.
Remember that? Alright, there we go.
Now here's, we'll push it down a bit again. Give it like. Give this number one a wide berth and come in, maybe your angle, your jaws is sort of favoring. So try and keep it straight up and down as well. Which, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, no.
Do you want to try that one again then? Since it's
Yeah, maybe we can try, but yeah, it's a very difficult sediment.
They're tricky.
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
Just give that one a shake out there.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe closer to the tray, so
We're trying to kind of, that one was obviously a bit further, but we're trying to work it so that we've got less distance to travel back.
Okay.
That one was obviously a little bit further than we would have, so we're trying to go so that they're
okay.
a closer point. So maybe less time in the air is the better.
Probably, yeah.
So we can stick this one anywhere. If you see something else, even something out there, we could get.
Yeah, probably
that thing.
that thing.
We could get that.
Could be interesting.
And then that's going to be just one quick movement back,
yeah.
no big movement, so it'll be easier. Do you see this thing, Tyler?
That little guy.
That little guy. That's the one. Or acquired. Okay. Wow. Just peeking out.
Yeah, we're just trying to get a Xenophi 4 in one of these things. Nice. Just a heads up for anyone watching, we've got about an hour before I'll be restarting streams, so if you
Okay,
happen to
we're trying to take
step
push
out
from
or
where
go for a walk or something, then you'll come back to a new stream.
this sediment is quite coarse, so difficult to sample with push cores. Estamos tratando de sacar sedimentos, cores de sedimento y algunos donde están los xenofióforos. Los xenofióforos son protistas, es decir, son unicelulares, generan esa estructura con sedimento, y se ha visto que la mediofauna se acumula donde están ellos. Por eso estamos tratando de sacar algunos cores sin xenofióforos y otros con xenofióforos. Pero por las características de este sedimento es muy complicado. Los push cores, cuando se insertan en el sedimento, dejan salir el agua que hay en el tubo a medida que el tubo se va insertando en el sedimento, y al sacarlo se cierran. Entonces el agua que queda en la parte superior genera vacío, y eso hace que se mantenga el sedimento. Pero si el sedimento no es lo suficientemente cohesivo, el vacío que se genera no es suficiente para evitar que el contenido caiga, que es lo que pasó recién.
So, what do you? Nice, easy number 2. And marinate in the longest.
Marinate for a while.
Should be able to just rotate that out and get it round the way. It depends what you want to do.
Puede deseconar chupute.
The snow for that. I don't know. Restab it and go for another one, I suppose.
Not the same one.
Do you want to just stab it in further over, or do you want
Different
something
spot.
else, some other location?
So you think it's worth to try here, or
Yeah.
to do a last try?
Yeah, we'll definitely. I think we'll definitely get it. Just sometimes there. Do you want to? Have you got anywhere specific, or do you want us just to put it in a place here and leave it?
No, we need just sedimented. Is that what you mean?
I mean, just if you want us to put this one back in again, like in the same sort of place, not exactly the same, but.
No, maybe if we get another one, or yeah, but it's the same. Just try a place that is easier for you.
Okay.
Yeah, the shortest.
You want to
distance.
reuse this one, or do you want to just put this one away?
No, it's okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. We can reuse this. I mean, just move a little bit or something. But
Yeah. Alright, so we gotta shake this guy out now.
You could put him up here. That other one that you did or whatever.
oh, is a sponge.
That sponge. This guy.
Yeah.
Gotta try and get him.
Yeah.
Six
all these.
I will be very happy. Head under pressure.
This is going well for first shift, huh?
Yeah, which one do you want to go for? So
You think they are already touching the rock, or you can push it a
it's
little bit
harder,
more?
yeah, because it's lifting the auto V up because I was having to thrust more down just to get it. So yeah.
Should we try this guy then?
7. And this is the tricky one to get in, but shorter distance. So look at your arm. Make sure you're happy with how it looks. Get your arm looking similar. Make sure none of your joints are hard locked over. Just a very good position. Happy?
Yeah.
T60 River Ridge.
Looking good.
Clear the seabed. We'll try and get swift. Swift like that.
Not sticky enough.
I don't think it's anything you're doing. Do you want me to give a try for one?
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything you're doing, Phil. I think it's maybe just so milky or this bed.
Seems like
¿Y pero qué sacaron?
You want to try and reuse this one again, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
So 3 will go. Well, yeah.
2 could go right in the front. So
Yep, like 2.
2's been stewed a little bit.
Sí.
just put this one away, or do you want to try it one more time?
Look at my phone.
So,
You want me to try one more time? Or this one?
Over here, he's up.
oh,
You want me to try one more time with this, or?
or maybe try to remove the ones that are already in the segment.
Yeah, I think you can just
if
put
it
that one
doesn't
away.
work, yeah, maybe.
You want me to put it away, or just stab it in real quick and then go for another one?
Okay.
It takes some. You ready for us now?
Yeah.
Frozen. Seven was your troublemaker, right?
Yep.
Right, get ready to follow me, right? Where's it at?
It's
on the skin one? What's that one?
Yeah.
This one?
Not that one, the one next to it. Oh, yeah, yeah. Is that target there one?
This one's eight?
first.
Can I put this in any particular bow box?
That lid?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can put in bio box 4. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so there was a bag, a mesh bag for collecting sediments. Maybe we can take some sediment from here.
Sediments from here. Oh yeah, so the mesh bags in the porch.
Yeah. Or maybe we can. Yeah.
That scoop there.
Yeah, that one.
That side.
This is that one. Yeah. Or maybe we can move a little bit to try to find another sino.
Yeah.
Yeah. And catch it with the.
Okay,
yeah.
so we'll move over a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Just leave the porch up a
¿Quieres?
little bit. Are you wanting to put the sediment in a coral cover? Or
Questions or maybe in bio box. I think these are empty. Yeah.
yeah, so
Bio box.
all those ones.
Bio box B2A. Yeah.
That's good.
It's okay, or yeah, or maybe we can just leave it in the rock box.
Leave it in the rock
No
box.
problem.
I don't know if it'll stay in the rock box though, because the rock box is just a crate, basically.
Mhm.
So all the sediment will just come
Yeah,
out.
because the mesh is very fine.
Sorry about the
But
cloth
yeah,
bag.
that one.
Oh, you want to just keep it in that cloth bag?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean
yeah, yeah.
the
Just
metal
keep it in
scoop.
the in the bag.
Perfect. Yeah, no bother.
No, no.
I thought you were wanting that one.
No.
Put it in the
no.
rock box.
That's the porch out.
Yeah, fully out.
Starboard on 5.
pull your pitch straight in towards you and your elbow in towards you. So that'll pull the whole thing towards you, your arm, clear the box. You close your elbow gap there. Yeah, that's it. Use your azimuth and close your elbow. Get yourselves your arms clear and then twist as you come. So it comes out. That's it. Keep straightening up your azimuth. That's it. And then use your yaw to lift it up and out. That's it. Keep going with your yaw. That's the one. So you are wanting not that big patch.
Yeah, the smaller one. I don't think it's a chino, maybe another thing. Yeah.
What's that little guy over here?
I was like, scoop it so you can see it coming towards us. It looks like you've got there.
I think we just need the segment. If the sino, it's in, it's gone.
Is that enough?
Yeah, enough. Well, twist it a little bit and that's it.
Do you want so where do you want to put this? Do you want to put this in a bio box just in case, or
Yeah, but the only bio box large enough is bio box 4 and we already have animals in there, so
okay? Do you want to put it in the rock box?
rock box, yeah.
I don't know if I'll flip so that it's like the other way. You know what I mean? So your bag's on the long side and then you'll get more of the handle flapped over and stuff. You like tilt it down and get the bag to flop over the long side of the rectangle.
Maybe I got one of those.
Keep it.
Just moving it right now. Just moving it a little bit. Are we good? I'm trying to flip it over the front.
Should be close. Right. Torching out. Okay.
Okay. To the next waypoint and then coming up. Okay, push course didn't work quite well, but maybe for next time we'll have to try to put core catchers. This event is quite difficult. Ok, nos vamos a seguir moviendo hasta el siguiente punto, también a 2000 metros de profundidad, y a partir de ahí vamos a empezar a subir por la ladera. Hay una especie de pequeña dorsal que queremos explorar. Vamos a llegar hasta los 1500 metros de profundidad y ahí vamos a terminar la inmersión del día de hoy. Distance are we from the waypoint?
85 meters.
Okay.
Just want to keep the line headed, just head straight for it, or do you want to like look up the slope a little bit? So
yeah.
Sort of catching at one side.
There is a cliff or something. Yeah.
Harvey Bridge. Updated waypoint, thank you.
Should we stop here? What is that?
Can I go over there? Or do you want me to just head up the lane? You want?
No, no. What is that? It's a can? If it's garbage, we need to see.
Wow, a strange
Okay.
species. Just a piece.
Oh, how did it get to there? Whoa.
Boston Bowl or?
Okay. Yeah. Let's go.
It's wedged in there, right?
Carry on.
Yeah, carry on. Okay, we are proceeding to the next waypoint of this transect, and there is a 2,000 meters, and then we are coming uphill to 1,500. Oh.
Want something here?
Yeah, maybe it's an opportunity to collect some loose rocks. Yeah, let's see if there is some that has organisms. Yeah, maybe. Carry on. Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah.
as it in rather than moving the camera.
Okay.
Just makes it a little easier.
So,
Zoom, yeah.
Harvey Bridge.
Art here.
But you prefer to do or
No,
I
you
do?
can. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm parked.
Hello. As we start to make our way east, I'm wondering if it's beneficial for us to change the heading 180 degrees and then we're to the north of you, so we're going into the wind. Would that work for you guys?
Yeah, I think we're agreeable to that. Does that mean you have to do a wide swing around this time?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Want to or carry on?
You want me to start that now?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Yeah, you can start that now.
It's
Thanks.
Yeah. We're going east and up anyway, so whether he's in the north of us or the south of us, as long as he's at one side, it's fine.
So we're going to keep moving. He's going to come around. Is that right?
Come around and be our top, be our north.
Yeah.
The way we're going.
So we can still transect north to that.
Yeah. He's quick. Okay. Right.
So, there's a line.
You want to look at that?
No, it's okay.
I just saw this thing coming up that realised it's something below, you see. Just looked strange in this camera.
Sorry.
Saw this thing in this camera. I've got this camera pointing up, this one pointing straight forward.
Okay.
Looking down with the other one. So
Oh,
if you see anything on here, it's before it's coming into this picture.
Before it's
This
coming
is
in
looking-
here.
This
Okay.
one's looking up and this one's looking straight out. So you'll see.
Okay. Perfect.
Squat lobster party.
And this hole.
Yeah.
I think of it as squat lobster party. We do need to suction samples at some point for Mari.
Do you want us to put a marker down here?
Maybe we can check.
Swing my head in a little bit. You can control the camera if you like parked.
You saw some squat blocks?
I was asking if it was. It's hard to see from back here. Does it look like
No,
them or no?
no, no.
Okay, no.
I don't think they are.
No.
Oh, no.
But if we see any,
If we see anything,
No.
we'll mark it or just go in and sample.
yeah, we'll want to suction sample them and see them
Alright.
on each dive. Just one set.
That's us.
There's a front sample. Assumption.
Drifted a little bit off course here.
That's all right.
So, already going up? Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want my head straight onto that? Or do you want my head start heading east?
Okay.
Yeah. for the vessel and do a move around this, so we can't go too far away anyway. We can set off, but we have to wait for him to catch up a little bit. So if you see anything really nice, now would be a good time.
All right, so we're going to be waiting for the vessel to reposition around us. In the meantime, I need to restart the streams, so just sit tight, and if the stream that you're watching right now drops, just keep your eyes peeled for a new stream to start right back up, and that'll be on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So it'll be in the next few minutes that we'll get those streams moved over to part 2, and we'll see you there.
Vessels spinning their head into face. We are north facing opposite. About 90 degrees together, just doing reciprocal facing.
They're going to face the way we're going?
Yeah.
That works out.
So he's just doing a nice pirouette. He's now kind of just starting this bit slow until he gets in a nice position. So heading up the hill.
So is he like gonna curve?
Yeah, you should be coming around with this.
So we come in around the mountain. Come in around the mountain. Well, hello there, man. Oh, when Jill gets here, we're almost in Texas. Minus Alaska over there.
Minus Alaska.
That's all. That's it. I think Jill was doing some stuff on computers.
Hi. So, for those of you just joining us, we're just doing another change out of shift. So my name is Erin Easton. I'm one of the two co-principal investigators, the other being Javier Seyanis. So I'm back up here at the mic. And we'll have some of our science team changing out as well. While we're doing so, I'll go ahead and have some of the students that are with us go ahead and introduce themselves, those that haven't been in the room yet. So, Francisca.
I'm going to restart the streams here in a second.
Oh,
so
that's
if you just
right.
hold tight a minute.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna wait.
And it'll be at the start of the next one.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do the introductions at the beginning. Oh, no, Francisca, esperas un ratito que él va a empezar el stream, obviamente. Y después que eso, sí puedes introducir. Perfecto. Gracias.
Sorry.